Recording everything you say.
Yeah, my dad's in the market. You know.
Wait, what? Migraine?
Samurai.
What?
You have a migraine?
No, not anymore.
That's good.
Cool for I hate that.
What?
Yes, sir.
That's why Mr. Welch is doing nothing. Mr. Welch, how about them Cowboys? We have a team.
What is that?
That's a great Welsh.
Oh, Friesen.
What's up?
Will you drink or?
Definitely have.
Sounds good, thanks for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Like, he's like,
It's the best suit.
he was trying to grow it out because the end was super long, but it just revealed.
It's beautiful. Just shave his head.
You start balding, what are you gonna do, cling onto it or shave it all?
Preemptive strike. Kill that bitch.
Are you guys gonna start balding? That's a real question.
No. I really don't know. They say it's your mom's dad, right?
Yeah.
Genetically.
Yeah.
He's like 90 and he doesn't remember my name, but he still has hair. So maybe I'm saying 17 on the other hand. Yeah. This is like 25.
Your dad bald too? No. Have you been bald?
Look at him, daddy's been bald. I know when I see it.
Oh, it's gonna be past me.
His hairline's gonna look you next month.
You are not gonna look good bald.
White LeBron James.
Fact. No, you mean. Oh,
Is Katie Tennant here?
No.
She's the only one.
Who are you hanging with next to? Do they come down to see if you?
He's a hockey fan. Oh, he's back. And he's leaving
Danielle's not here.
No, she's doing our normal.
She's on her end.
You remember?
Springer's here, and Nev's here, and Juliet's here, Grace is here,
That's not.
Alex
That's
here,
like
Steve's here, James here,
Yeah.
Eli's here, Danielle's on our end.
Help on.
Last word.
That's a big boy.
How interesting. Jalen Owens.
Good for the basketball.
Can't play. And Duffy, Haley,
Oh, I was looking around. It looks like you had a rare stack.
Katie Tennant. Katie Tennant must be here, but not here.
Keep the record.
Okay.
No, she's about them Cowboys. America's team. America's team. Cowboys. We can boys. America's team. 15-1. 15-1, and they're in the Super Bowl.
Mr. Friesen, Katie texted me and said she couldn't get a ride to school, so she's officially online.
I saw her on the computer. That's great. Thank you. Hi, Katie. Anybody want to say hi to Katie on the computer? She can hear
Good morning, Columbine. I'm Skylar, and I'll be bringing you the pledge this morning. Please
How
stand.
are you?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Teachers, will please now tune in so
You
I'll
will.
attend. Thank you. Have a great day, Rebel.
Now turn on my.
Okay, I'll say that.
Brand new.
Okay.
He wasn't always a business.
Yeah.
I was gonna wait
You will.
You're enlightened.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
I made a little stack of papers. You need one of each of these pieces of paper. It'd be faster for you to get them. Yeah, I wanted you to do that on the way in, but I wasn't quite talented enough. So don't non-social distance. 6 feet apart. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, my bad.
That's a lot of words.
Let's go. 6 feet apart.
We can't do it together.
Robert's with the Cowboys.
No.
Come on, Rebel News Network, you can do it.
Taking a liking to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Dude, that's fact.
I don't know what they're supposed to win. They did win. At least I think. I wasn't thinking.
That's so funny.
Good morning, Cold Mine. I'm Lily. And I'm Danielle. We are representatives from Senate, and these are your announcements. Since we're away from the school so much, it is very important that you take steps to remember to connect with our community. Remember, we have an awesome variety of clubs and activities here at CHS. Check out the website for the full list of ways to get involved.
We're still pretty good.
We will now send it over to Mr. Christie for some very important announcements for this week and semester.
Good morning.
You can hear it from the other room.
Rebels. All right, we got a different schedule this week. Got to keep that in mind. Different schedule this week. Today's a blue day. Tomorrow is a remote day. Tomorrow is a remote day. Tomorrow is a remote day. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and it is a remote day. Seniors who signed up for the SAT are here tomorrow by 7:30 to take the SAT. Everybody, no matter if you're a senior, junior, sophomore, freshman, you are starting your work at 7:30 tomorrow. But the only group that is here in the building is our seniors who signed up to take the SAT. Seniors, you can find your testing room in the hallways. They're on the big charts. Go find know where you're going tomorrow. But SAT tomorrow, everyone else is remote. 9th and 10th graders, you're starting at 7:30 with the math maps. Okay, math maps assessment at 7:30 tomorrow. Juniors, you're starting your assignments at 7:30 tomorrow also. 7:30, there's no sleeping in, guys. Tomorrow is a work day. We got to get stuff done. All right, so 7:30 tomorrow, everybody's starting. All right, be ready to go. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, get your assignments done. They are due. They will be due tomorrow. And if you don't get those in, you'll be marked absent. In the afternoon tomorrow, you have access time. All right. You have access time. Utilize that access time. If you have anything lower than a B in your classes, B as in boy, you need to be accessing that access time. All right, that is really important. That is why we have that time in the schedule. Anything lower than a B, you're getting those
How's your
teachers
grades in
access
English, guys?
time.
Good?
Okay, schedule time with them. Make sure that you're getting the help that you need. All right. The days after that, Thursday, Friday, we got silver days. Okay, silver days, Thursday, Friday. Thursday, silver day is A through L in person, M through Z on Friday. All right, that's our week, guys. Know it. Got to know it. All right. Here's another important announcement that I need to make very clear. Grading. Okay, grading. I know in the spring there was basically a hold harmless policy. Guys, that no longer exists. Grading is back to normal. Okay? You've got to stay on top of things. You cannot expect to get to the end of the semester and think, oh, that's okay. I have a D, and that's okay. That's not okay. Guys, you've got to stay on top of things.
D's
There
get
is
degrees,
no
children. D's get degrees.
hold harmless grading policy. We are back to normal grading. All right, guys, you've got to stay on top of it. That hold harmless policy from the spring, that was a one-time deal because we went into it in March. Okay, that no longer is in effect. If you're getting anything lower than a B, you've got to pick it up. You got to pick it up, guys. Everybody should be getting A's and B's. That's what we do here. Now's a good time to ask yourself, am I doing my best? Okay, because that's all anybody asks of you, is to do your best. Are you asking questions? Are you getting help? Are you logging in when you're supposed to? Are you participating in your class discussions? Are you getting your assignments turned in? Are you getting them in on time? Guys, ask yourself those things. If the answer is no to any of them, you got to make an adjustment. You got to change, guys. Last thing I want you guys to do is have a big hole with your grades and your assignments, and you're digging your way out the rest of the semester. Don't do that, guys, all right? Stay on top of it. You could do this. We got this together. Use your teachers to get help, all right? Ask them questions. They're the best in the world. Utilize them, all right? Guys, remember the schedule for tomorrow? You're doing awesome. You're doing awesome. You got this. I love you guys. I'm so thankful for you. And thank you for making Columbine what it is, which is the best school on the planet. Have a great Tuesday, Rebels.
As Mr. Christie said, stay on top of your work this semester, Columbine. The bare minimum is not how we do things, Rebels. Most importantly, take care of yourself. Get outside, reach out to friends, reach out to your teachers if you need anything at all. They're here for us and want us to succeed more than anything.
Most.
That's all we have for you today, Columbine. Have a great day, Rebels.
Now, does that mean most teachers or most of you? Okay. Oh, look at that. Don't worry again. Well, that's a little fun little logo they got going there.
It's better than the old Goblin one.
Goblin? Oh, yeah, the elf. Yeah, I know. Yeah. The really weird, like, ears kind of. I don't know. Yeah. Rockstar. Welcome to English class, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day. Who's this? Oh, he's looking, see? Welcome to English class. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English a part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher today. Yay. I've given you some papers, which I'll talk about in just a minute. I have to start with a poem because that's what I do. Hey, online, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for logging in. Yeah, here we go. So here's what we're going to do. This. Boom. I have a poem to start things off. The poem is today, it's called At the Unnational Monument Along the Canadian Border. And it goes just like this. It's by William E. Stafford. This is the field where the battle did not happen, where the unknown soldier did not die. This is the field where grass joined hands, where no monument stands, and the only heroic thing is the sky. Birds fly here without any sound, unfolding their wings across the open. No people killed or were killed on this ground, hallowed by neglect, and an air so tame that people celebrate it by forgetting its name. You guys say? Thanks so much. All right, so here's what we're going to do today, my friends. Today I'm going to say welcome and a poem. Oh, look, see, there's Canadian Border. That poem was about that. The agenda, and all we're going to do is Tinkers, okay? We have to finish Tinkers today. So if you're at home, hi, we are having to finish Tinkers today. You should check in on Google Classroom. Even you people in the room should check in on Google Classroom because it cleans up the attendance. That's awesome. So let me talk to you about the papers you have in front of you. I know you guys were, hello, welcome. Grab one of each of these papers. You guys, these people were on television just a little while ago. On TV. Ooh. All right, 30 seconds. Everybody talk about the famous person you've met in real life. Go. Come on. Come on. No. Raise your hand. Who is a famous person you met in real life? Go, Greg.
I saw the guy who played Mini-Me in Austin Powers at an airport.
You saw the guy who played Mini-Me at an airport, so you saw him in real life.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cover your nose. Nose! Okay. Phew. Okay. Next, can anybody top the Mini-Me guy in an airport? How far away, Greg?
Huh?
How far away?
Like 20 feet.
Okay.
I
And
was in 11 bars.
I had dinner with Lumineers.
you had dinner with Lou Mears? Who's Lou Mears? I know. The Lumineers. Thank you. Can anybody beat dinner with the Lumineers? Come on. Can anybody beat the Mini-Me guy? No.
My sister won't let me meet Charles Barkley.
No. You don't know. It doesn't matter if you know somebody who's good.
Did your sister know Charles Barkley?
They're
My
best
sister- My
friends.
sister's good friends with Charles.
My next door
Steven,
neighbor,
Yeah, Eli is speaking. Shh.
my next door neighbor's son-in-law is a big celebrity in China. Right now.
So like
Up.
Chinese government.
Right.
Up. It's got it right here. Face the wall.
What?
Face the wall. All right. You look kind of similar from the back, right?
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay, go.
All right.
Away.
I thought it was
Away.
Like,
Okay.
China.
No.
I'm like, geez.
Okay. So the papers in front of you. Here they are. Real quick. The paper, the littlest guy. These are themes in the Iliad. So when you start reading the Iliad and you're like, what do I write my paper on? Your paper's going to be on one of these things, okay? Because these are some of the themes in the Iliad. I didn't give you a list of themes in Tinkers. I gave you a list of images in Tinkers. But this is like the other half. Every single paper you ever write in this class will do this. It will talk about the how, why loop. It will talk about how the things the author do create meaning. Okay, so I've given you the meaning of the Iliad. What is the Iliad about? That's the what. We don't really care about the what. Okay, I mean the Iliad is about a fight between Achilles and Agamemnon that results in Achilles' best friend dying and Achilles killing Hector. That's the what? This piece of paper right here, the one that has most of the words, this is everything that happens in the Iliad. This is the what, okay? So you need to know that. This is the what. If it has a little black thing, those are the most important books in the Iliad, okay? It's all important, you know? A lot of people will be like, I remember when I went to, we had these like teacher in-services and they talk about technology, and it was hilarious in the past. Because we'd all sit in a vocal music room and they'd put on this thing and they'd say, like, do you know that in the future, 8 of 10 jobs will be in the tech sector or whatever? And like now I'm teaching on a computer. Hi, welcome, thanks for coming. And they're always like, you know, do you realize that the future, you know, that your students will be working in doesn't even exist now? Like right now, if you had $100 right now or $10,000, that's a better number. Would you bet $10,000 that Google will exist as a company in 15 years?
Yeah.
You think so? America Online, how's that? You guys know what that is? That's how everybody got online when the internet was invented. Every single person. Like 200 million people online because of these little discs we got in the mail from America Online. How's that going for you? You know? So bottom line is, I don't know. Will technology shift that fast? How about Xerox? You know, you guys know what Xerox is?
Copy place.
Well, yeah. Xerox is the company that invented the idea of the mouse, the cursor on the screen that went around. They ran every single copy machine in the world, and they ran all of the original electronic computers in every business everywhere. And now you've never heard the name before, right? Anyway, my whole point of the story is I cannot predict the future in 100 years, except for one thing. I can guarantee you people will be reading the Iliad in 100 years, you know? So the idea that I'm actually ensuring your future by making you look into the past. This is the what of the Iliad, okay? So before you read any book in the Iliad, you should read these things, okay? Because this will tell you what's happening so you'll be less confused. This other big sheet with all the highlights, these are what you're required to read. You are required to read everything that is highlighted here. So you can see that we skip some books in their entirety. But we read, we read honestly, probably about 60% of the Iliad. We're doing a condensed Iliad read, okay? You can read the whole thing. You should. You know, if you feel like, you know, but if you know, I don't know how time is going to work for us. I think you have a lot of time, frankly, but I will hold you accountable for what's in the highlighted sections here. Okay, so I've given you the why. This little sheet here. This is the why, and then the how I'm going to give you next week when we start the Iliad. I'll tell you what you have to look for in the Iliad that will develop these things, but I'll give you a hint. It'll be characters. So the characters in the Iliad will be ways of showing us ideas. So the more we look at the character of Hector, for example, the more we'll be able to understand the complex nature of bravado, or how the idea of personal responsibility seems to clash with the idea of collective responsibility. So the how for the Tinkers was imagery. Imagery builds meaning. The how for the Iliad will be character. Character builds meaning. And I don't know if you guys saw the little thing I did on the TV yesterday about the number of characters in the Iliad. If you look in the Iliad, there's just a lot of characters that we're going to be looking at, okay? And then the last thing is the little chart. This is your friend, because there are hundreds of characters in the Iliad, and this sheet represents the ones that we will spend the majority of our time thinking about. Yellows are Greeks, greens are Trojans. This is a story of 54 days in the 9th year of the Trojan War. It's not the story of the Trojan War. The Iliad is the story of an argument during the 9th year of the Trojan War. And so on the left-hand side, you have what are called the Achaeans or the Danans. They are the Argives. Homer will never use the word Greeks, but these are the people that lived in what is now modern-day Macedonia. And then these are the Trojans. These are people who are living now in what is modern-day Turkey. And at one point a long time ago, in theory, some people in Turkey abducted some person from Macedonia named Helen, and then they went to war for her for over 10 years. The Iliad is, and I'll go through this next week, the Iliad is the 9th, there are 9 epics in the Iliad saga, in the Trojan War saga, I should say. There are 9 epics. The Iliad is the 2nd epic. The Odyssey is the 8th epic, okay? So it's kind of like the Harry Potter, where we had 9 books, kind of 9 movies, and we only watched the 2nd and the penultimate one. So we're only watching Harry Potter nerds, 2nd one, Chamber of Secrets, and the penultimate one, Deathly Hallows, Part 1. Okay, Part 1. Okay, those are the only 2 films we get to watch in the entire Harry Potter
Do we
saga.
have all 9 books?
The other ones don't exist. They've been lost to time. The reason we know about him, the Oresteia, is a play written almost 1,000 years later that takes place around the 7th book. But it's a play. It's like somebody in 1,000 years writing a play based on what? The 6th book in the Harry Potter series, which was? Or the one right before Deathly Hallows. What? Half-Blood Prince. So it'd be like if somebody had 1,000 years writing a play on the Half-Blood Prince, and I was reading about that. Okay, let's deal with that later, though. All right, so hi, welcome, you guys. You guys had that whole speech yesterday. I'm going to go over the schedule at the end of the period again, kind of how things are going to work. But we have to finish Tinkers. Yay! So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about Tinkers. So take out everything you need to have success on Tinkers. I gave you guys, I gave people yesterday a couple of handouts. This first handout is the one I went over on the video on Friday. If you watched the video on Friday, that's how I did the spring. I basically talked over pieces of paper and I talked over screens. I don't know if my face was on it or not. I can't figure out. Sometimes my face is on it, sometimes my face isn't. Was my face on it? Okay. That's what will happen if we go 100% remote. That's probably what would be more efficient. We would get through more material if I just talked over screens instead of, trying to crack jokes or hand things out or things like that, or trying to make sure YouTube Live works. So that discussion was this discussion, which is the in-class essay. So this piece of paper, I'm not going to go over this. This is in-class essay tips. 1 week from today, you will sit down and I will hand you an in-class essay on Tinkers. And I will give you a piece of paper that will be a prompt. Something like on the back side, on the bottom, one of these two things on the very bottom. I might say something like, one definition of madness is mental delusion or eccentric behavior arising from it. Novelists and playwrights often see madness with a discerning eye. Select a novel or play in which a character's apparent madness or irrational behavior plays a role. And so I might give you that prompt and say, discuss that in terms of Tinkers. And you'd be like, oh my God, what character is mad? What character has irrational behavior? And you start thinking, and then you start saying, oh, that could be who?
All of them?
Yeah, but to be a little more precise, it could be George. What's mad about George? He's hallucinating. It's the first sentence of the book. George Washington Crosby began to hallucinate. Is hallucination a form of madness? What is madness? The idea that what we conceive of as reality is actually an illusion. Who else could be considered mad in Tinkers? Howard, of course, because perhaps during his fits, or Gilbert, Gilbert's too small, right? But at the end of the day, if I give you the prompt, the book will work. And here's the thing, as an AP grader, we don't care what book you pick because you don't get to pick the books you read during the year. So when they give you a prompt at the end of the year, they're not picky about the book. They're all they're looking at is your ability to use the lens of the prompt, which is a how, to get to the why of the book. How does madness inform what Tinkers is really about? What's Tinkers about? Is it about madness? No. What's Tinkers about? Time. Could the idea of a character who loses touch with reality or has delusions make us think more about the nature of time? Oh, yes. Okay. And so what you're going to do is you're going to get a prompt, and that prompt will have a hidden how. The how is in the prompt. And then you're going to talk about what Tinkers is really about. And what's Tinkers really about? Let's see. There's this many people in the room. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Give me 13 things Tinkers is about that is not time. It's reconnection, and it's about family and legacy and, oh dear, we got to do better than that. What is Tinkers really about? What are the things that these mean? What is Harding digging into? The nature of
Life and memory?
Life is too big, but I'll take memory because life is like all these
Like
things.
a lifespan.
Okay, then so the idea of mortality, or the opposite, the idea of living, I guess. Perspective is a big theme in Tinkers. Tinkers is about innocence, and what? Clarity.
Perceived madness.
We already said perception, but I'll take madness just for giggles. Well, it's about loss. It's about deconstruction. It's about order. It's about chaos. It's about whatever. Okay, those things that are big. If you don't know what Tinkers is about, you know what Tinkers is about. Almost all of these things. Okay, and so is the book you read this summer, and so is Hamlet. Okay, bottom line, the themes of the human condition transcend space, time, and story. These are the things. Look at this little blue list. How many of these things is Harry Potter really about, man? It's really about compassion and reason. It's about family and the duality of man. Remember that guy with the face on the back of his head? Okay. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so your paper on 1 week from today, and it's weird for me because I have you in class so infrequently. So it's weird for me to say, shh, shut up. and write this, but you're going to feel the pressure of that. So you're going to get a prompt 1 week from today, which will ask you to apply Tinkers. How do you do that? Well, you know Tinkers. Then the other thing you're going to be doing is you're going to be writing an out-of-class paper on an explication, where you're going to pick a little passage from Tinkers. Here, let me give you one of those real quick. Take a look at this. Do not give this, or do not keep this. Give this back. Thank you. Yep. That's too many. That's just too few. That was really good on the announcements. Yes. Okay, so this little piece of paper, you're gonna hand me when you walk in to take your in-class essay. You're gonna hand me an essay on Tinkers, on a passage that you've chosen. This student here chose a passage on page 145 for you. I think it says 135 here, but your 10 pages different. And this is the little passage. Up top, it's wrong. It has the fake top up here because I built one because the kid didn't. But ultimately, you're just pick a passage from Tinkers. You can see that this kid picked a 2, 4, 6, 8 line passage. You guys remember this little passage? This was all about when Howard's father was fading, trying to reach for the apple, and then somehow he went back through time. It was very strange. So this kid took that passage about going back to the Roman time and to the plows and to the scrimshaw writing, and then this kid writes. So take a look. Just glance. This is how much you're going to write for 1 week from today. So you must produce about 3-4 pages for 1 week from today. Make sense? Just glance without even reading it. Do you see quotations in here? Do you see where the kid is looking at the text and saying, "Oh, in this moment, this word suggests this meaning, and Harding chose a simile on this line," and blah blah blah. You're going to walk through this passage. Okay, if you're really, really confused as you're doing this, okay, contact me and I'll help you. I'll let you read this if you want to. I don't want you to read this now because some of you might actually pick this passage, and I don't want it to taint your mind right now. Okay, does this make sense?
Would you want us to put the word count at the bottom?
I put that for your reference, just so you can see it, because I asked for about 1,000 words, and I just wanted you to see what 1,000 words feels like. That's great. Thanks. We got it? Now let's try to pass those up and then pass these back. Dun, dun, dun. And I think we're not allowed to be passing the sheets. I think that's just spreading contagion. Sorry. But people in the front use hand sanitizer, right? Yes. Right? Oh, no. I was told once I handed papers out with contempt.
Do you have a problem with my people?
Yeah, maybe that too. So then, now this is the actual paper. And you people at home, hi everybody at home. Hi. This is the blue paper. This is the actual imagery essay assignment. And this one you should write on the top form that this imagery essay is due. Here, I'll put it up on the blow-up machine for you. This imagery essay is due on Friday of next week, which is 10/2, okay? And so it is due at Friday at the beginning of class, and class technically starts at 7:30 in the morning on Fridays. So this thing is due Friday at 7:30 in the morning, and it's uploaded to turnitin.com. And then the next time you see me, which is 2 weeks from today, I think, you hand me your physical copy. If you're 100% remote human, you would either bring it to if you're comfortable enough to bring it to the office, you give it to Miss Manzanares or Miss Van Noordstrand. They can put it in my mailbox, or you can, or I can print it out for you, but I really don't want to, okay? Okay, so we cool with this? Monday and Tuesday, in-class essay when you're in person. Explication is due. The classes are completely flippable. The A people you get one more day than the A people, right? Awesome, you guys are B people, okay? And then when you're at home on the other day, so for you guys in the room, that will be next Monday. For you guys at home, that will be 1 week from today. You will log in, and you will immediately be sent to a video of me discussing how we got to the Iliad, okay? Because I have to cover what happened in the first book, the first epic that was lost to time. And I have to kind of explain the cast of characters and the situation. And I'll say, like, oh, there was a train, and they got on the train, and there was a girl who was precocious, and there were chocolate frogs, okay? And I'll say all of those things so that you're ready to go, okay? All right, then on Friday of next week, this is not this week, this is next Friday, imagery paper due, and then there's also going to be something about the Iliad. But then the kicker for you is 2 weeks from today, or actually 2 weeks from yesterday, you have to have read the first chunk of the Iliad. And I'm going to tell you what chunk that is, but it's probably going to be like the first like 5 books, which is like 120 pages. We have to go quickly through the Iliad because it's just so huge. So essentially we'll be reading almost like the entire Tinkers pretty much every time we meet. The good news about the Iliad is 1/3 of it repeats. And so a lot of times you'll be reading this and we'll be like, well, I've already read this. Well, that's because it was an oral poem. They said it out loud, and a lot of things were, they came back to things as like kind of choruses and songs, like the Lumineers. They're a group of singers, right? They're one of those rock and roll bands. Okay. All right, that's it. Don't check out, you people at home. Here we go. Let's talk about anybody. So in this blue sheet, does anybody have questions in the room about your imagery paper? It's really simple. Imagery is something you can see, taste, touch, feel, and hear. Okay? Remember when I held up 13 fingers and I said what are 13 things Tinkers is really about? None of those are images. Okay? We get to know those through an image. So pick something incredibly concrete, like anatomical imagery or architectural imagery or imagery of like snow stuff, ice and snow or insects or whatever it is. And then have that dig into something complex. All right, Tinkers, here we go. If you guys could grab your Tinkers book, and we're going to talk about chapter 4, but I think there's a tiny bit in chapter 3 we ought to talk about a little bit before we begin talking about the final chapter when we come back to George's existence. So if there, and I actually get paid to do this, and the funny part is I'm the only person in the room that doesn't have to write papers on Tinkers. Okay, so what I think is kind of immaterial. So if you wish to stop me for anything, let me know, and we will absolutely talk about what you want to talk about. If you have any questions or anything, just let me know. So chapter 3, you guys were at home for a lot of it. I want to talk a little bit about, I'll start, and then you guys let me know if there's anything else that you would like to chat about in chapter 3. I want to start with you guys on page 160 in your hymnal. On page 160, we did a lot of this already. We talked about quite a bit of 3. On page 160, we have this information about this character. It's the first new paragraph on 160, and this is the discussion of Old Sabbatus, and it's on 160, first new paragraph, and this is when Howard has reemerged from Tag Pond. And he, of course, has hypothermia, and he's had a seizure, and he's trying to kind of figure out what's going on. Like, what did he see in Tag Pond? Did he, in fact, see an Indian in the pond who let this fish dive down his throat, or did he see just a reflection of himself, or was he hallucinating? And he's trying to figure this out. I guess very top of 160, it says, "I looked back," is the first line on 160. "I looked back at the canoe, and the Indian had vanished without sound, without seemingly even movement, but rather had been reabsorbed back not only into trunk and root, stone and leaf, but into light and shadow and season and time itself." And you could argue that's what a lot of this book is about, is this idea of becoming one and reabsorbing. Of course, reabsorbing is what kind of imagery? Water, so words like that are going to be powerful. And then it says, "It may have been old Sabbatus, who repaired my father's canoe." And this guy, Old Sabbatus, is kind of interesting because he's this character a little like Gilbert, who kind of lives outside of time. Because Gilbert, when you actually do the math, would have had to have been like 125 years when he was hanging out getting his teeth pulled, and that doesn't work. And Gilbert sort of just existed in this kind of, atemporal sphere. And that's how Old Sabbatus is. It talks like about 8 lines from the top. It talks about how he is old as light and just as diffused. That's a simile, right? Old as light. And it talks about like how, when the sky fills with flies and clouds, files, not flies, files of clouds, whose silhouettes were traced by the sun. There's that silhouette. There's going to be the silhouettes everywhere in this book. A silhouette is this idea of absent presence. It's the idea of light and dark, that you're there and not there at the same time. And that's kind of who this Old Sabbatus guy is. He starts talking on page 160 quite a bit about like the passing of time and the new buds and the brown leaves. I don't know, you can see that it's about halfway down the page. When gold and red and brown leaves grow across paths and are taken up by circles of wind, it seems like the passing of his time. When new buds light up wet and black branches, they seem to burst forth from another side of time. So this idea that Sabatus is this character who kind of exists in time, but in a different conception of time than perhaps more conventional views are. That the idea of the cycle of times, wind being associated frequently with change, but the idea of the circles of change, the idea that anything that shifts will shift back upon itself. Any change is actually a return to constancy, which is, paradoxical, of course. And so it talks about like this idea that old Sabatus, who's both, he's like light, he's like a silhouette, he's like leaves being scattered in circles of wind. He's somewhere outside of time. It says there, which belong to old Sabatus. I'm about 60% of the way down 160. And men like my father. Of course, Sabatus is ancient only to me. My father is ancient too, because both were men who passed from life when I was young. My memories of them are atmospheres. So lovely parallels to Gilbert's kind of timelessness, to the idea that one's perspective on time, or one's conception of time, is based on perspective, and the idea of memories as these ethereal things. So on page 161, they talk a little bit about like Sabatus, like, being a part of the stories of old men and of grandfathers. And he had this legendary quality. All of 161 is the story of Sabatus, the legend of the guy. So is your story, or is his story history? Is it fictional? Because it talks a little bit about like, him being the devil, and him like, slaughtering parties of men, and him being, this prehistoric character. But then if you turn to page 162, on page 162, he is all those things. He's the legend, but on page 162, he's just a man like any others on page 162 at the new paragraph. And how do we know that? Because we've captured him in photographs, and we've placed him in this physical plane. So I love Sabatus because he only appears on a couple of pages in the book, but I really think he embodies a lot of what the book is about. The idea that you can be both a physical presence in the here and now, in a physical place like the front room of your house, or a dining room table on Christmas night, but you can also be a quality that somehow transcends that physical property. And maybe that's how all of us can be both mortal and immortal at the same time, because we can die in the real world, but we can live on in story. We can be both a soul, or a corpse, and a soul at the same time. Hamlet's going to struggle with the same thing. Who am I? Am I this physical body that I inhabit, or am I this thing inhabiting this body? Like, where are you? Where are you? Where is your sense of self right now? Like, does it exist in your mind? The idea that like where are your memories? That's a really great question. Like, and thanks for asking it, Friesen. No problem. Are your memories? Where is your memory right now? Remember, like, your first I don't know, like your first dog, or the house you grew up in, or a place you used to ride your bike when you were a kid. Remember those things. Where are those memories? And are they something beyond you, or in your reason or mind, or are they literally right now? Did your body literally activate a chemical inside a neuron that turns something on, because those memories live inside some sort of protein structure on some sort of RNA or DNA or gene strand? And if that seems to you a foreign thought, just keep in mind 100 years ago, they thought the exact same thing about blue eyes and blonde hair and how tall you were and whether or not you were going to get anemia. They thought that those things could not ever be held inside genes. Anyway, Sabatus, who can be in the here and now, in his body, on page 162, is just this guy that hangs out at the old store and chews tobacco or whatever. 163 is where I think it ends kind of nicely, and I think 163 might be this book on one page. It may be simply because old Sabatus had been hanging out with this guy named Red, and he and Red, and then Red's son, Little Red, would hang out, and no one really knew if they were related to each other or whatever, and they tried to figure out who these guys were that would like come and go out of the woods. Top of page 163. It may be simply that Sabatus and Red lived together because it was better for them to live with even the strangest Indian than with the friendliest white man, because Red was kind of an outcast maybe. They were rarely seen together outside of their yard, and were never heard of speaking with each other at all. Here it is. Little Red became Old Red only when Sabatus died, or disappeared as was the case was in the fall of 1896 or 1897, depending on who you asked, some men came to a cabin to arrange for the season's hunting trip, and Sabatus was not there, and Red said he's gone. So this idea of like a person not necessarily being embodied in a physical form, a person being embodied in whatever physical form needs to carry that person with them. Red seemed to understand the disappointment of the men. He was somehow more tame and domesticated than his predecessor. So this is the part right here. These last two sentences on this end of this 12th vignette in chapter 3. So old Red took the men on their trips and did just as well as Sabatus had, with apparently neither training or experience. Here it is. Ding, ding, ding. I think this might be the novel in a nutshell. In becoming old Red, he seemed to relinquish himself as a particular man and become the embodiment of some eternal thing that stood outside of time and whose existence as any given person was merely circumstantial. So I think that may be what George is struggling with on the bed right now, is George embodying an eternal thing that stands somewhere outside himself, that is, and George and Howard and seizures and tinkering on clocks, those are just particular circumstances that are not as important as the part of us that stands outside of time. Does that make sense a little bit? I think we can take a little vignette and we can kind of overlay the whole book on that. Comments, questions, concerns, things like that. And then, of course, Howard comes home and he's had his seizure and his tongue is swollen and his mom says, let's take care of you, little boy. And we feel pretty good about that. And then we flip the page and we are on page 167 and we are in chapter 4. All right, let's try to get you guys participating a little bit. I ran the period way too long last time, 8:55. I have to remember that. Gives us about a half hour, a little more than to get through the end of this book before we kind of try to bring it all together. Page 167. I'm going to read the first page, and I'm going to read the first page, two pages of chapter 4 out loud. And then I'm going to have you talk to the smart kid next to you, okay, about what did you notice? It could be about imagery. It could be about some of the themes that are coming up. It could be a particular word or phrase. What did you notice just about the way we have returned? Because this is a book about change, but it's also a book about constancy. So now we have the clock has come full circle, and we're back to George in bed, okay? Chapters 1 and 4 frame the novel. That's what it's called when you begin and end something some way. It's called framing. So the narrative is framed with the experience of George in the bed. During the days, George was aware of a large group of people murmuring and flowing in and out of the room as if on tides. At night, though, when he awoke, there was only one bed. No, I'm sorry. There was only one. At night when he awoke, there was only and always one person sitting on the couch next to his bed, reading by the dim light of a small pewter lamp set on the roll-top desk at the far end of the couch. The person, I want you to tell me who this person is. The person who was always familiar to him, but he never knew exactly who it was. If this person was a man or a woman, a relative or a friend, or if it was as if every time he tried to gather his senses and focus on the person, hair, eyes, cheekbones, nose, particulars, in order to recall a name, the person retreated to his peripheral vision. This even though the person remained sitting in full view. The first night he found the benevolent stranger, he asked, "Who are you?" And the person looked up from the book and smiled and said, "You are awake." He asked, "What time is it?" The person answered, "It is very late." The exchange seemed to occur without him or the person speaking. George could not tell if it was the pills or his normal confusion, or if in fact he and the person were even communicating at all. It seemed to even that when he wondered this to himself, the person answered, "You are right here, speaking with me. You are as clear as a chime." George attempted to see the person clearly by looking away for a moment, concentrating on the still life painting at the opposite end of the room, and then looking back, concentrating on trying to look straight into the person's eyes. When he did this, the person seemed like the will-o-wisp. Ooh, brave. Seemed not to sit on the couch, but to hover just above its cushions. And whenever looked at, to dart to the left or right, up or down without apparent conscious effort, as if the movement was a reflex, some natural defense. As if the movement was, I just said that. So instead of being observed directly, he or she always presented as an elusive vision flickering against the background of a curtain, lamp, desk, couch. Here it is. The person was young, not a child, not an adolescent, but much younger than George's 80 years, at least in body. The person radiated a sense of possessing hundreds of years, but as a simultaneity. If the person contained hundreds of years, but they overlapped, as if the person experienced any number of times at once. I was just thinking, the person said in a silvery voice. I was just thinking that I am not very many years old, but I am a century wide. I think that I have my literal age, but I am surrounded by a radius of years. I think that these years of days, this near century of years, is a gift from you. Thank you. Now let me read you something to get you back to sleep. Talk to the smart kid next to you about how chapter 4 started. What do you got? What do you got? Oh no.
It's himself or death. Either himself or his death. Later on, because he says, I'm gonna read you this to get back to sleep. So he reads this, but it's literally good that I'm not reading anything the whole time. He's just talking to himself. So it can be himself or Howard or that or
What's it there for? The other one that was, I mean,
so like he watches the description of being only a couple years old but centuries wide is the reason Mr. Howard is I think he's sneaked into that theory. He's talking to himself, and he's really taking Howard or someone before him.
That is funny because it kind of touches on the concept of like old soul. Like within a person, how many years? Like, like was I like in the French Revolution? I'm not very many years old. It kind of comments on that, like through him, it's their power, it's dad, like I'm old. I think I realized like the first thing during the days, George Miller or and then we get during the days. And I think it's during that time that he thought of time of days. And I feel like when we get older, it's like certain time of years or months or weeks, and like the idea that time goes like exponentially faster when we get older. But this is like when we were young, so it's like young enough to days. Still, I do know something like that. There's something saying like almost how we first want to play war family or something, because he's relatively alive, and it's weird to think because he's like they're flowing all around, and he's like
30 more seconds.
That he has one person there with him, and he's probably not even a person.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy, that was fast. So here we go. Here you play by this rule. We always start with text. So when I read and then read whatever part you have a thought about, I thought, and then state your idea. Go. Oh. Yes, Ella, right?
Yes.
Nice. I mean, that's me. I'm complimenting myself. Go ahead.
When it talks about the person radiated a sense of possessing hundreds of years, but as a simultaneous.
That's a good one. It's a new one. It's a good word.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Which we can figure out what that means, right?
Yeah.
Occurring at the same time.
The person contained hundreds of years, but they overlapped as if the person experienced any number of times at once.
When I read that, I thought what?
I thought of what we were just talking about with Old Sabbathist and that kind of presence of Old Sabbathist moving on to Old Red, and that this presence that George thinks he's having a conversation with is like the connecting string between Howard's father and then into Howard and then into George, and now it's beginning to move on from George into
Nice.
his children and grandchildren.
And are you same section?
Yeah.
Keep going. Yes.
Alright,
Thank you.
so-
Very nice. Yes.
We were kind of hinted off when he said, now let me read you something to get you back to sleep.
Uh-huh.
Because it's later revealed when he's talking to the grandmother that nobody's been reading to him this whole time.
Right.
So, the way that like other people are always passing in the room, but he's never aware except for this one person, shows that it's probably not real. So it's something that he perceives. It could be himself, it could be Howard, it could even be like death or a guardian angel type thing. But it's really something in his subconscious that's saying things to him that need to be said.
Okay.
So the whole many years old but centuries wide thing, the connection I made is that's how he was able to see Howard's experience and Howard's father's experience, even though he wasn't alive for that, because he has a whole radius of years surrounding that, and that's the way his mind is justifying what's been happening to him.
Okay. Nice. That the exact same little section. Anybody else? Exact same little section. What I find intriguing about this exact same little section is the amount of words that are there that are attempting to conceive of our experience in time in a geometric way. Words like radius, overlap. What was the other one? Radiated is in there. Overlapped. Wide. Think of how many conceptions of time we have that are physical based on geometry, you know? I mean, if we had a digital clock right there and we said, okay, we have, you count down numbers, right? But here it's like we have like half of the what is that, diameter of the clock to go still, you know? And the idea of time as a line or time as a plane, like, do you conceive of time in a geometric fashion in your mind? I mean, we're taught to as a kid, we have timelines and things like that. But I think Einstein would tell you perhaps that time is more of a two-dimensional thing which bends, you know, or is time a Mobius strip? But here I like the idea of time as this idea of radiating in overlapping rings, kind of. I don't even know what that, but I can't draw that because I'm limited to a 2D plane here. So I love the geometric construction. Yes, Stephen.
Kind of going off of that, I was thinking, like the first line is during the days,
Yes.
and I thought of it as like he's recalling like a flashback. And I always think of it as like when you get older, you start measuring time in weeks or months or years. And like as you get older, you start measuring time in bigger numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is like when he was young. So thinking
Days. Interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. There's a conception too in certain Eastern cultures that we always say like, hey, the future's ahead of you. Hey, the past, that's last year's 2020. That's behind us, right? We're going to look ahead to our future is super bright, right? But in many Eastern cultures, the future is in front of you. I'm sorry, the past is in front of you. Because you can see it. You're like, oh yeah, last year I got that speeding ticket and all that. And the future is this thing coming at you that you have no concept of what's coming. Okay, and so that idea that what you see, you know, your perspective. I love the idea of days, measuring in days versus years. April.
So it says the person was like familiar to him.
Uh-huh.
He never knew exactly who it was. And the person was a man or a woman or else a different. He thought that was Howard, especially when it says like that he was like young, at least in body, because he doesn't like remember Howard as being like older because he only remembers Howard at the age that he remembers him. The memory itself can't age.
Uh-huh.
But he's like
Memory can't age. Okay.
He's looking for like a lost. He's looking for like a lost memory that he doesn't have. He's trying to remember something that doesn't exist.
So wow. So I like that idea. He's looking for a lost memory. You remember in your paper, you need to use 3 oxymorons that you come up with. You know, and things like the familiar stranger or the lost memory are in there as well. I actually think the familiar stranger, if I had to write a paper, I'd write it on the idea of the familiar stranger, because I think that's what this book is all about. It's trying to make the strange familiar, and it's trying to reconcile the fact with what should be familiar to us is often strange and distant, you know? And so I like that. What else? Anything else from those first couple of pages? Maybe the smart kid next to you said something, otherwise we'll just let it go. Okay, so that's an interesting way to begin the last chapter of the book, because we have this idea of this intimate conversation Intimacy. That's one of the things this book is about. It's about intimacy, familiarity. And there's an intimate conversation with an unknown source. Is it his own brain, or is it his father, who it is? Okay, I'm going to walk through chapter 4. If I walk through part of this book that you're like, we have to talk about this, we will, but we have to pick and choose. Borealis on page 169. Okay, I'm going to skip by that. In this book, I believe, 6 Borealis sections. I got to remember this, either 4 or 6, I believe. Then on the bottom of 169, we have the Nikki Bocecki section. I love Nikki Bocecki. She's only on like 4 pages. Don't you love Nikki Bocecki? What is Nikki Bocecki doing? She's fighting the tyranny of time, right? She's it says that on line 170, right halfway down. She's persevering under the tyranny of time. Time is a cruel mistress. I think it's a real shame that in our society we believe that time is actually like the enemy, and we make people, particularly old people, try to fight time. Like we think that wrinkles are unattractive, on particular, like, women of age 45 or something like that, and people tuck things on their body and undergo procedures in order. I mean, it's different. It's one thing to be fit. It's another thing to physically alter your body because we're so afraid of death. We are so afraid of getting old that we want to physically manipulate our bodies to convince ourselves we are young. So anyway, Nikki Bocecki, she just loves dressing up old George. And I just love Nikki Bocecki. All right. Anybody want to talk about Nikki Bocecki? We good? 161. This is our Reverend Kennard Davenport section. Anybody see anything interesting on one? I'm 10 pages off. 171 to 173. Did anybody see anything jump out at you as Mr. Davenport, the Reverend? And I think I told you before, but this is a fake person. There's no such book called The Reasonable Horologist. But in 1783, he wrote this book, which he didn't. And he wrote about John Harrison, who's in this book that I love. John Harrison, the guy that invented the clock that could do longitude. Did anybody see anything in that little section of Davenport, the escapement section?
Yeah.
Go, Eli, and then Lily.
Cool. And he said, like,
which page?
173, it's his last sentence.
Thank you.
It's like, our greatest clockmen find that poetry resides in the human process of distilling civilization from riotous nature. Welcome, fellow, welcome.
Right. Why'd you pick that out?
Because I feel like, now that I read it out loud, it seems to be like a familiar, stranger idea, where they're trying to make like the kind of infinite, maybe linear, maybe not linear thing of concept of time, and they kind of turn it into a series of little ticks and talks. I think that's cool. I think that his identification with any time feeling something or making us feel something is really interesting.
Nice. And that nice tension too between order and chaos, as being time as being one way that we feel we can order chaos, just like art, just like poetry, just like music. And I have exclamation points by that in my book saying the key, Lily?
So I'm not going to explain this well.
Sure you will.
But so 172 says if it's a part.
Which part of 172 is big page?
Like almost halfway.
Thank you.
If it's a part which is maintained by the successive years from savage energy to civilized.
Ooh, same thing. Yep.
So I thought that was like you were kind of talking about like our fear of time and like how we kind of do what we do to like avoid it like really young or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought it kind of gave this like element of like an overbearing, like powerful kind of like almost regulatory like.
Yeah.
thing.
And it's so precision. It's so precise there, especially right below what you read with the exact number of seconds and moments that it's quantifiable. Is our life a quantifiable experience, or is it a quality? And that's kind of the difference, in my opinion, between the rooms on that side of the tile hall and the rooms on this side of the tile hall. This side of the tile hall deals with the quality of the human experience, and science and math tend to deal with the quantifiable parts of the human experience. But of course, we know those things blend together. Nice. Top, the jelly bean video. This was the jelly bean video, right? This whole page was all about that. Top of 172. At the end of the train is the escapement. This is where the energy generated by the mainstream finally escapes the clock. This has been one of the big themes of this book is escape. Page 171, where this thing starts. The escapement of the clock consists of a collar, an opinion, and a pallet, and an escape wheel, and if the going train is going. And bottom line is this entire book is about George escaping life. But at the end of the day, in chapter 4, Harding gives us this lengthy description of the escapement. And I want to show you a quick little video of what an escapement is, okay? Because the book has built towards the escapement. And it's actually called a grasshopper escapement in the book. And here it is. Here's a picture of how an escapement works. For those of you who are mathematically minded, all of the calculations are here. So the pendulum down below causes a movement. The pendulum is based on gravity. And then that causes a movement back and forth, which causes the escapement to do this. So page 172 in your book is all about this idea of the escapement. And that's what we're doing in this book, is we're building up the pressure through the natural forces of the universe, and then we're releasing that escapement. And he's going to describe this escapement a couple of ways. The reason I wanted to show you this was, I just wanted you to see what an escapement is. This is what John Harrison invented in like 1760, which changed the world. This device, the escapement. Isn't this lovely? And then here's this one. It's called a grasshopper escapement. So I also have this one. Here's the grasshopper escapement, which is just amazing. You probably should get some sound for this.
Hello, I'm John Taylor, and this is the Corpus Clock. It's just struck 3. We're in the workshop just outside Cambridge, where it's being built. I'd like to show you something about it. So, where are the hands? I wanted to create a new and a different way of showing time. This is not a computer generation, but a true mechanical clock. To face the clock,
So 1725. I had the wrong year.
for the Corpus Clock,
Yeah, I'm just going to leave that up here. Okay. So every time I think of the escapement, I think of that. Okay. All right. So, and we're going to actually have the insect and the clock here by the end of this chapter. We good? Anything else on this little section? Okay. Let's go to the next little part. We all right? Oh, yeah. Is it making noises?
Crackling.
Oh, I know.
Here's where the ceiling like falls down on me.
It's this clock. It's another clock. It's another clock. Okay. That was called creepy. Okay, so we're back in the book. We gotta hurry. So George is kind of fading away, and it goes. The next section is 174. I don't have anything to say about this section. If you do, please stop me. This is where we kind of learn about George's house and his 3-season porch and what he had done to earn money, and the customers' clocks he had repaired, and the bank manager Edward Billings, and the idea of him fixing the bank's clock, which I think, of course, is a symbolic moment. I don't talk about symbols in literature, but obviously with the idea of preserving value, that's what banks do. They hold value, and this is as George, peers into the clock and thinks about his grandchildren and his legacy as he kind of cheats the bank manager out of money or whatever. But I want to do 177 if we can, unless anybody had anything up to 177, any little things you highlighted that you want to scream out about. Anything up to 177? Okie dokie artichokes. 177, this is George in his workshop. And George in his workshop fixing clocks. Sometimes by the time we're this far in this book, what do we see? George in his workshop fixing clocks. That's the what. But let's talk about how Harding writes and why it brings up other parts of the book and larger ideas. Page 177, 2/3 of the way down. The wallpaper in George's basement workroom had a pattern of larch branches on a dun-colored background. Clocks in various states of repair and disrepair hung on the wall, some ticking, some not, some in cases, some no more than naked brass works fitted with pairs of hands. A lot of personification there, right? Cuckoos and Vienna regulators and schoolhouse and old railroad station clocks hung at different heights. There were often 25 or 30 clocks on the wall. Some of them were clocks he wanted to sell. None was marked. The closet to the left of his desk made from raw pine planks and took up the space beneath the top of 168 stairway. Behind the pine planks and the arboreal wallpaper and the wood of the clocks and the fact that the only windows were two small dry wells high in the wall near the ceiling, one felt as if one was in some odd ticking bower. George sat at his desk all hours of the day looking through his bifocals and often through one or two lenses on a clipped set of jeweler's loops down on the brass guts of a clock, pushing and pulling at arbors and gears and ratchets, humming a non-existent melody, which evaporated as he unconsciously composed them. I'm going to stop right there and continue in a moment. This is where does anybody know, anything jumping out at you guys from what I just read? Any words, lines, phrases? When I read this, I kind of was thinking this in the back of my little brain right now. We're inside George's workshop. I don't think we're there at all. Well, where we are. Yeah, we are. We can be two places at once. We can have conflicting ideas in our head. That's what intelligent people do. They can understand that things can be more than one thing at once. Be careful of that in our current political climate, right? Is it possible to have two conflicting thoughts in your head at the same time and be able to say both of those things? Might have stop talking. Oh my God, I'm on video. I've just lost my job. Okay.
When Howard was kind of haunted by like the thought of his dad. And his dad's like, oh yeah, it's crazy. I'm here at the table eating dinner, but like in my head, I'm up at my desk writing a sermon.
Yep, he's unconsciously composing here, which is very much Howard's father. Any other things this resonates with? Sounds like memories. Like what part makes it sounds like memories?
Well, a memory is unconsciously composed.
Okay.
Short-term memory.
Right.
So you can fully remember something in the moment, like 5 seconds later, and then the next day you have no recollection of it.
And the lovely word evaporated to sort of show that. It's a nice imagery there. Neb, thanks.
For being inside, there's a lot of emphasis on like the word.
Yeah, in just those lines, I said, yeah.
Yeah, so I just had a connection to like all the journeys of the different characters stuck in the words and brings those two together like in the journey.
Yeah, if I were to say, this is a section in which we have a pattern of larch branches and we have some raw pine and we have some pine planks with arboreal, which means tree, and wood, and it's a bower, which is a tree or a hedge enclosed place, and these arbors are there. We were definitely those characters. And what other character was out there in this kind of place with odd hours, with strange light coming in from above, and then all of a sudden hearing humming of distant melodies? This is, I believe, Howard kind of going into these locations too. What happened when this happened to Howard? These are this is like pre-seizure moment, right? So when George is fixing his clocks, I believe he is going into this world where Howard went into. Let me keep reading. Try to overlay Howard's experiences out there weaving the panel, hearing the hum, going into the pond. All of that stuff Howard did in chapters 2 and 3, mostly chapter 3. With what George is doing in his workshop. It says, in this setting, he drove numerous fidgety grandchildren to near madness, insinuating they sit in a hard chair and watching him hum and poke around to no apparent effect. This is the thing to get into, boy. I tell you, this is how you can make some bucks. There was little to do but try to pick out recognizable bits of songs from his humming, which none of the children could do, and listen to the way of the tickings of the different clocks, which not only lined the walls, but also were crowded onto several folding tables and an old cot and several shelves built into bookcase. They fell into and out of beat with one another. On rare occasions, every clock in the room seemed to tick at the same time, but by the next talk, however, they all began to drift away from one another. Again, and George's hapless victim would nearly weep at the prospect of having to sit still and listen again for the confluence. The only light from the room was from one small wall lamp fitted with a 40-watt bulb and George's fluorescent lamp, which was clamped to his desktop and could be pulled to almost any conceivable angle to illuminate almost any depths of work the clock might present. When I read, I thought, anything in what I just read? What else jumps out at us? Ooh, April.
The concept of him like kind of pulling the light like to illuminate the depths of the works of the clock is like him trying to go back and try to figure out like the lost memories. He's trying to remember them. He's trying to like kind of like dissect them and almost like a surgical.
Pulling it to any angle in order to illuminate what depths might be present. I can totally see that as he makes the assessment. Eli?
The idea of all of the clocks coming together every once in a while.
Synchronicity, the Police's fifth album. Go ahead, sorry.
Kind of reminds me of like Howard's seizures. I feel like Howard had an idea of like a great confluence and a great synchronization.
Absolutely. On a rare occasion, right? Very nice. Anything else jump out? Any other phrase, word, line? Let's keep going. This light provided, I'm on 4 lines from the down to 179, top of 179. This light provided the only other source of diversion for that poor child condemned to witness the mysterious, agonizing glacial. I love that. You want to talk about time moving slowly? Glacial is a great indication of that. Undramatic doings of anti-clock repair. Watching the dust float. The jeweler's lamp brilliantly lit the dust in the air near whatever clock was being worked on. The rest of the room was dark with clocks. And the evergreen, as Nev said, wallpaper so provided the perfect contrast to the front-lit specks of dust that floated down into or across the lamp's halo. The child imagined the flecks were miniaturized ships exploring inner space. The giant is fixing his time machine. We can only hope he doesn't sneeze or make sudden moves and create a vortex that will send us hopelessly off course. The ship is made of only lamb's wool and dander. When I read this, I thought that. Anything jump out here? What are you going to tie this to? Anything else that resonates with other parts of the book? You have the contrast in scale there, right? Where things which are small become large, things which are here become imagined. We have the layer. We have the ships there. I don't know if you're going to write the ship book. You want to point that out? Jacob, yes, no? Just fixing hair? All right. I think this is a kaleidoscopic moment. I think this is the idea where we're seeing something through this strange perspective, which illuminates the dark. And so I find a lot of resonances, which is why your imagery paper can be so easy in many ways. Is you find something and you're like, oh yeah, that reminds me of this page, and that reminded me of this page. The book is intended to layer upon itself. Okay, we only have like 10 minutes left, and we have to do my favorite part in the entire book, which is the next one, which is how to make a bird's nest. This is the only passage in the book which is from a pamphlet. And so it begins on page 179 and it ends on page 181. And even on 181, you can see the little attribution there. It says, from a lost pamphlet. How the heck do you have something from something lost? Anyway, but Howard Aaron Crosby with accompanying illustrations and instructional diagrams. This is my favorite part of the entire book. I don't know what you guys got out of this. If you were not laughing, belly laugh during this, you were kind of just reading it like the rest of the book, kind of going, okay, I'm now annotating with my highlighter, okay? If you weren't laughing like crazy. So now I'm going to make you laugh. Okay, here we go. How to make a bird's nest. This is amazing. I want you to imagine this. Take a wafer of Tinker's tin. With heavy scissors, cut 4 triangles. This is very much like the language on page 24 with how to reassemble a disassembled clock. The triangles must be small, no taller or wider than ½ inch, preferably smaller, okay, if possible. Punch holes near the 2 angles at the base of the triangle using a small hammer and the slimmest of nails or brads possible. So we have a triangle that's ½ inch and then we poke holes in it like that, okay. A large, sturdy sewing needle is even better as it will yield a finer hole. Fold each triangle along an imaginary line, okay, extending from the top point of the middle to the base, okay, top of 180. The angle of the fold should be as close to 90 degrees as possible. So now I'm creating this kind of shape, like here with this hole here, okay, that's 3D, nice job. Shade it. Okay. The angle should be using only the naked eye, and the utility tool does not depend on an exact mathematical measurement. So we're trying to get we have an imaginary line, and we have a naked eye idea of what is exactly 90 degrees here. Okay, very good. And these, of course, angles, these are perfect angles. So this is going to be these are 60-degree angles as well. This is a 90. Okay. Thread each of the pieces with a length of fishing line or kitchen string or strong sewing thread. So then we have to do this and do a little piece of thread like that. Okay. Now patience is required. Place in turn each piece of shaped tin over the nails of the forefinger and the thumb on each hand, okay? So that the end point of each piece extends approximately 1/4 inch beyond the fingertip. Fasten each piece to the finger by tying the thread tightly around the finger at the first joint, not so tight as circulation is lost. This may take practice. Join the thumb and forefinger at their pads. By rolling them together forward and back, the two folded triangles should variously meet and separate. These are your beaks. How to make a nest. Okay, so now we got some beaks. It was with these that you will pick up grass and twigs, okay, and tinsel and stray bits of string, okay, and weave them together in the branches of a chosen tree or bush or thicket, depending on the species and whose nest you wish to undertake. This itself requires preparation, and bottom line. So this is how to make a nest. Is we do this and we weave together this, but what are we building? What is a nest? A bird's house. This is our house. By the bottom of page 170, we have woven with observation a particular stitch, top of 181, strand by strand. Such a birdie method may at first seem absurd, but pleasures of project are not derived from efficiency. We are dexterously weaving a nest. Last paragraph on this little section on 181. Once the nest is complete, then what would you put in it? Anything your heart desires. Acorn eggs plucked from their cups, stones smoothed in a river, a lock of your sweetheart's hair, your firstborn's milk teeth. Anything you choose will fit into the nest and give you the pleasure to consider whenever you visit. Over time, one's whole countryside might be fitted out with a constellation of such nests, each holding a special treasure. So this is 1924. This is before he left home. I just think this is, it's hilarious, number one, okay? Got it? Are we laughing? Yes, I can hear it, okay? But number two is this idea of this incredibly mechanical process to make the most important thing, which is to make this home that stores the things of value to you, whatever they may be, And this is from the guy that abandoned home, Ha! Okay, we're almost done. Howard, what does he do? He leaves for Philadelphia. Did you guys catch that Howard moved on page 182 somewhere else and he gave himself a new name, which was kind of an interesting name, Aaron Lightman, okay? And he married Megan. Oh, we love Megan, okay? Because Megan just makes him laugh and says, oh, don't think such deep thoughts. And where do they work? They work at Trader Joe's and they fit groceries into bags in this very mechanical Tetris-y way. And they love each other. He buys her flowers. And then, of course, on the top of 185, what happens? George wakes up. This is the first words he's spoken for 100 pages probably. And I think that's where we learn his wife's name, but I don't even know his wife's name. Is it Irma? Because he's kind of mumbling, because he calls her Irma too, but Irma. So there we learn George's wife, and George is now awake, but he's not awake because he's submerged. He's in this shallow sleep, but bottom line is he's craving water and he's becoming submerged. I have to hurry here because we got to get to the end of the book. On page 188, if you guys turn there, he's giving away everything at the end of his life. He gives away money. He tells them about where he's hidden things in the house. He talks about what certain clocks are worth. He even says that he's got a copy of the Scarlet Letter, a first edition, which we like because what's that? The Scarlet Letter on the top of 178. You guys never read that, did you? Poor people. You sad people. They've given up on you. I have not given up on you. We will read the Iliad. Okay. Let's read Fahrenheit. Did you guys read Fahrenheit 451? Yeah. That's chump change. Anyway, all right. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. What is the Scarlet Letter in this book, though? That's the thing that Gilbert gave to Howard, which means these false stories are real because we have an artifact, right? We have something that proves the what is that word? It means truth, veracity.
Isn't it possible that he just thinks he has the book?
Oh, true. Yeah, the whole book's fake. Yep. Oh, by the way, everything in this book is fake, by the way. All books are lies. Everything in this book is a lie. And it's trying to find the truths within the lie. Give me a break.
Sorry.
Okay, and he's sleeping and he's drowning and he's falling asleep. Bottom of page 188. As he's crossing this border. I don't know where George dies in this book. Maybe George dies. I don't know where George dies in this book. When do you die? Do you die when your heart stops beating? Do you die when you lose kind of a sense of consciousness? But at the bottom of 188, he is crossing. He's moving beneath the contour and boundary. This book is about boundaries of something that had formerly fit him properly, top of 189. And he's lying face up just beneath the surface of water. And this is because they're keeping him submerged with meds. Okay, at some point they're making him comfortable. And then we get on page one, and I'm really worried about time right now. On page 189, we have this section which I do not have time to go into, but this is the section of the Kenner Davenport final section where he talks about the nature of clocks, and the metaphor of clocks is to return. The idea is they don't just turn, but they come back again to where they started. And it talks in this section on 189 and 190. If you're doing a paper about insects, you have to look at this section because it talks about the perspective of an insect walking on the surface of a clock and kind of comparing us to our own ignorance as we walk on the surface of our existence and unaware of the machinations of time around us. And so it's a really lovely moment about the ignorant insect not contemplating the return of the universe and the return of our existence. It's kind of a metaphor for the whole kind of idea. But the reason I want to do this is we have to right now talk about the end of the book. So, did you guys catch where does George die in this book? I don't know. I'm not sure where he dies. Does anybody want to find where Howard dies? It's right here on page 192. Remember they're laying in bed, him and Megan. They're talking about things. He's like, I've had this crazy idea that maybe our existence isn't like ourself. Maybe like we're a shadow of our own existence. And maybe that. And Megan's like, that's sweet, honey. She kisses him on the cheek and he falls asleep and dies. Okay. On page 192. Bam. That's it. Okay. So now we have a clear marker of death. I have no idea when George dies because on page 192 at the gap, Howard died and George doesn't die. It says as George dies. What does as do? Dies. As makes dying not a moment, but a process. When exactly does death happen? Is it this single moment? We mark the time, 8:52, or is it this process? Anyway, we got to move. We have to do the last page. Go to page. We have to talk about the last page. So on page 100 and 200. 200. Okay, 200. So George may or may not have died. We have these last Borealis sections. And then the last vignette in the book is incredibly powerful because it takes place in 1953. What do you think of this? The last thing George Washington Crosby remembered just as he died was Christmas dinner 1953. When I read that, what jumps out at your head? The first line in the book, that was the first time we had the mention of the name. The book is perfectly framed. What else jumps out at you? Christmas dinner. Yeah, Nev? Perfect, in 1953. Then you do the math in your head. Like, what year are we in? The doorbell rang just as he and his wife and his two daughters, Betsy and Claire, the two daughters who now sat by his bedside, haggard, pale, exhausted, the daughters he loved and whom he realized would be daddy's little girl as long as he allowed them, which was until the day he died, which was today, were sitting to eat. Do you see how all time is one now? The kids' youth, their adulthood, 1953, 1995, every time is now, right now. All time is one in that sentence. As he died, he did not remember getting up from the table and muttering, for Christ's sake, what is it now? And walking to the door. He remembered all of the time that stood between himself as a boy of 12 and himself as a middle-aged husband and father contracting to zero. And we have time eclipsing. As he recognized the old man at his front steps as his father, whom he had not seen since his father, Howard Crosby, had come upon the family house in West Cove way back on page 121, one night after making rounds, and he left. Last paragraph. His father sat on the edge of the couch with his hat in his lap and the motor of the borrowed car idling outside. Bell, don't ring. Food steamed on the table, and he said, no, he couldn't stay. He asked how things were. Are you well? Are your sisters, your mother, Joe? Oh, I see. And this is, Betsy, and you are? Oh, Claire, yes. Yes, of course you're shy. I'm a strange old man. Yes, which is what father said about his father on page 138. No, I better be going. It was good to see you again. Yes, I will. Goodbye. And that's how the book ends. What is if you want a happy ending for this book, is this a happy ending? Did George find his father?
Yeah.
Do we have a reunion?
Yeah.
Do we have a reconciliation? And the final thing we have in this book is yes. And what did Howard go seeking for his father? He cut open the tree, and what was he looking for? The deep and secret yes. And we found that, So if you want a happy ending, this book has a happy ending. If you wanted to say George died, then that's fine too. All right? Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I tried to reconcile the end of the book in 8 seconds. Time is a cruel tyrant. I won't see you guys for a week. Try to write something about this book. Try really hard. I don't know if you'll succeed. But I'm not sure it's the success that matters. It's the attempt, right? Stay back. Bye. Gonna miss you guys.
Thank you for your.
Have a nice day. Don't smoke. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you for your participation.
Bill's what?
Bye. 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 Have a good day. 1, 2. I'm only supposed to do 1 sleep, but I really want to be safe. 1, 2. Bye. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Don't smoke. Pretty cool. Hello.
Hello.
How the heck are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Living the dream. Thanks for asking. Okay. So do this.
No, I totally agree. Like, I'm like you, like it's hard for me to focus on one thing for a long time. I'm just like crazy like that.
Hello.
Friesen, hello. I need to talk to you about something.
Yeah, if you can hand sanitize and grab one of each of these papers on your way in, and if you need a paper towel to wipe down your desk, that's fine. What's up, Andy?
So, let me hand sanitize.
Oh yeah, do your job. Fait to complete. All right, that's done. That's done. Get that. This is done. I'm gonna pass those out. My elbow on the wall.
So pretty much, Friesen, I am going to New York and Maine from
Okay.
Thursday until like really late Sunday night.
Uh-huh.
So that won't affect your class really because I don't have your class to be under.
Mhm.
But I'm just wondering, like, I'm nervous about like perfecting and writing my essay.
Sure. You can have more time on that. Absolutely.
You think so?
I'd like you need to take the in class on Tuesday when you're here, 1
Yeah.
week from today.
Yeah.
But you don't have to have your explication done
Okay.
before that if you don't want.
Okay, solid. Thank you so much. I will just have it then. Let me just email you on my progress.
Yeah, let me know where you're
Like if I can get it by Monday.
Yeah,
I'm
you,
gonna
you
do my
kind of
best.
want to because you don't have to, but you have that imagery paper and then you have the Iliad starting, so it's
I
not like
just don't
it's
wanna
not like a
be
wave.
caught behind.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
So, okay.
We're
Thank
good.
you so much for your appreciate it.
Are we gonna
And
have,
Zach is also in that same boat. I'll
Absolutely.
let him decide what he wants to do.
Rockstar, thank you. Alex, what can I do for you?
are we gonna have more time to talk about chapter 3?
Yeah,
Cause we got like one example on.
I know.
chapter 3.
Weird how I can't tell time and I got all undone. But we have to finish the book, so we have to kind of time and pick our battles. But we barely finished it last hour, so there's always more to do.
I thought we weren't allowed to have food.
Yeah, you're not allowed to, ever, never, under any circumstances.
I will be eating during my off, you guys.
Okay, sounds like a good idea. Hi, how are you? Good. Good, what are you doing? Yeah. So, do you want to contact today, like we have office hours every day at 1:45, every single day. So 1:45 to 3 every day.
So bad.
Do you want to do that one of those days? Yeah. Which day? Today's Tuesday. We could do today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tomorrow, today. Yeah. What time? 1:45. Okay. So why don't we say 2? Because that'll give us a minute to catch our breath. Since I eat until 1:45. So what do you want to do? Do you want to do a Zoom or? Yeah. Okay. So we'll Zoom. So I will send you a Zoom link. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. We'll do that. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna put that right here so I don't forget. Rockstar. Sounds like a good plan we wrote. Have someone. Okay. Boom. Yeah, if you're coming in and grab one of each of the papers, that would be great. Trash.
What if I bet they don't let you on your phone. Oh my God. It's all my fault.
What did you guys do?
What happened?
You right?
Yeah, no, he legit came and was like, "Back there."
Okay.
It's our parents are so different. My mom's like, they grow like you're a senior in high school. You do what you want. You stay up all night and everything, that's your fault.
Zeus supported,
Like, your parents.
Zeus supported courage.
Oh, that's awful.
I did too, it was horrible.
I think that was like, oh, that's pretty good. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mine just arrived.
What's up, Sarah?
Good.
Wait, I did paper towel in my desk.
Yeah, if you could grab one of each paper as you enter the room, that'd be great.
See, I really got
Sorry.
Sorry, you want paper towel like that.
Hey, everybody, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day. For those of you at home, great. Thanks for being here. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher today. I have a poem to start things off.
Oh, that's so bad.
Today's secret poem is called Today's poem is called At the Unnational Monument Along the Canadian Border. And it's by William E. Stafford. And it goes just like this. At the unnational monument along the Canadian border. This is the field where the battle did not happen, where the unknown soldier did not die. This is the field where grass joined hands, where no monument stands, and the only heroic thing is the sky. Birds fly here without any sound, unfolding their wings across the open. No people were killed, or were killed on this ground, hallowed by neglect in an air so tame that people celebrate it by forgetting its name. And you guys say, nicely done. So welcome, my friends, for being here. Thanks for participating. And if you're online and at home, thank you so much. Today what we're going to do is really simple. We're going to do a welcome and poem agenda, talk about Tinkers, and then just your homework. But I'm going to skip to the homework part right now because I will be rushing at the end of class to get through everything. We'll never get through it all. We'll just talk until we're out of time. The tyranny of time, as Nikki Bocecki so industriously fights against the idea of the tyranny of time. It will win because we're done at 10:18 today. 10:18. I got to remember that. So if you're in the room today, if you're at home, you already got this stuff. But if you're in the room, I want to explain to you what you just picked up from me. So you picked up a few pieces of paper. Here's how time works for you guys in the future. So today we're finishing the book. 1 week from yesterday, for you guys, you will be doing some background information on the Iliad if you're at home, okay? And I'm going to put a video up, and so you're going to check in online, and I'm going to say bye, and you guys are going to go, and I'm going to give you a background information on the Iliad. The Iliad is the Iliad is the second epic in a 9-epic series called the Trojan War. Nobody knows if there was a Trojan War. Nobody knows when it happened, but if there was one and it did happen, it would have happened in about the year 3200 BC, so no, not 3200, 1200 BC, and the Iliad represents the second epic. Okay, so what I'll be doing to you is I'll be explaining to you what the entire cycle is. Okay, and so essentially the Iliad is the second book in the epic, and then the Odyssey is the 8th book in the epic, and we've lost the other 7 books to time. So for the Harry Potter nerds in the room, okay, it'd be an equivalent of watching the Harry Potter films, okay, but only watching the second film, which was,
Chamber of Secrets.
of course, and the 8th of 9 films, which was
Death Knowledge Part 2.
part 2.
Part 2.
It'd be part 1, wouldn't it?
No. That's the seventh book. They split the 7th book into 2 parts.
Oh, so there's 8 parts.
Yeah, 8.
Oh, maybe there's only 8 parts in the series. Oh, that's what I mean.
There's 8 movies.
Very good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Fine.
7, 8.
Oh, nerds. Okay. Watch out. I'll get a protractor thrown at you. Okay. Anyway, so my job is to explain to you, it's explaining to your grandparents, like, what happened, because they took you to the second Harry Potter movie, right? And they didn't know what was going on. And you're like, Mom and Dad, here are a few things you just need to know. Okay. There's this thing called Hogwarts. Okay. And so that's what I'm going to do on Monday, is I'm going to explain to you all the things you need to know to understand the second film. I'll be like, yes, there's a guy named Voldemort, okay? And he's, oh my God. Okay, and so that's what Monday is. Monday is me telling you all the crap you would need to know to understand the second film, because that's what the Iliad is. And then we don't have any of these films, and then we have the Odyssey, okay? So somebody would have to tell you that. If you're here, so for those of you who are at home, that's 6 days from now, but for you guys, it's 1 week from today. You'll walk in the room, I'll say hi, and I'll say, take out a piece of paper, and here's an in-class essay. And I'll talk to you about that in a moment. In order to understand the Iliad, okay? And then on Friday of next week, I'm going to give you a video with some more about the Iliad. And then the next time you come, so when 13 days from today, you need to have started reading the Iliad. And so this papers that you have right now, this is intended to help you do that. The first paper I want to talk about is the one with all the words, most of the words. It has black boxes. This is everything that happens in the Iliad on one page. Okay, so what happens in the Iliad? Read this, and you don't have to read a 500-page epic, because this is everything that happens. This is our characters and our plot. Okay, so what happens is Achilles gets mad at Agamemnon. He won't fight. So then his best friend goes into battle. His best friend dies. So he gets mad, and he kills Hector. End of story. That's the end of the Iliad. Okay. This is intended to help you. If it has a little black box, that's an important book. That's an essential book, a book you need to know really well. Okay. Then this sheet with the highlights, this is me breaking every book down into the lines, because the Iliad is actually a poem. And so we don't actually talk about it in terms of pages. We talk about it in terms of lines. And we don't talk about it as a book. Okay. It is a poem made up of 24 books. It's a 24-book poem. So the Tinkers is a 4-chapter contemporary novel. The Iliad is a 24-book epic poem. Okay. Shakespeare's Hamlet is a 5-act verse tragedy. So this represents the whole book, and then everything that's highlighted is what you are required to read. So if I tell you you are required to read books 1 through 5, you would be reading all of book 1, the first section of book 2, all of book 3, half of book 4, none of book 5. Now you can read them on your own if you want, if you're that kind of person, and some people do. The Iliad is by far the book my students tell me I should always teach, and so I've been teaching it forever. I read it when I was in high school. But if you don't but you should at least read the synopses for the books that you're not reading, so you know what the heck is going on, okay? So this is intended to help you. You will have reading due on that would be the 5th of October, so you're gonna have to plan. The blue sheets, the little blue bookmark, this is handy dandy book size, and it fits as a bookmark. This is the why, okay? All we do in this class is we have books that are about different things, but then we forget the what, and all we do is talk about the how, why loop. How the choices authors make create meaning. Now, I gave you a list of hows for Tinkers. I gave you a bunch of images. And then we together have been trying to find the whys. All right, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. 13 people in this room. Give me 13 things that Tinkers is about. Give me 13 whys. Tinkers is about legacy, identity, memory, cycles, perspective, escape, time, If you don't know one, look at the little blue bookmark from the Iliad, and I bet there's one on there. Perspective we already had. What is family? It's about immortality. It's about order. And of course, it's counterbalance, which is called disorder, chaos. It's about inspection? Construction or introspection. But it doesn't matter, okay? That's what your paper's about. So when you write an imagery paper, yeah, you're going to say, yeah, I found a lot of images of boats. But my paper is really about the nature of memory. And I'm going to be like, well, what about memory? And you're going to say, well, ironically, memories are true because they're believed, even though they're false because by nature they're not reality. But what do you mean? And you're like, well, didn't you look at all the boats? I'm like, no. You know, let me show you how the boats show that. Okay? That's what your paper is. The blue sheet I gave you, this is what the Iliad is about, all these things. And then what we're going to do for the how is really easy for the Iliad because I'm going to give you 4 possible hows, and all 4 of them are characters. So for example, one of the hows will be a character named Hector. And I will say, discuss how Homer uses a character named Hector. And the more we think about Hector, the more we understand about the nature of the tension between collective and personal responsibility. Same thing. How something the author puts in a own book. That's how you're going to read your own book from that wall back there. You're going to pick a book and you're going to read it. And you're going to say, how are the things the author did creating meaning that's beyond just the plot? If you live in this loop, you're going to automatically be doing everything I want you to do. And then the last sheet is the little chart. I think maybe I went off on this rant when you were on YouTube. This chart represents what I would consider the more important characters in the Iliad. This is a war between the Greeks and the Trojans. The word Greek is never in the Iliad. It is called Achaia, Argive, Danons. There's several synonyms for it. Basically, it is current Macedonia and Greece. And in current day Macedonia and Greece, once upon a time, if there was a time like this, they went to war with what is now present day Turkey, in which there was this thing called the city of Troy. Because maybe a guy in Troy had kidnapped a woman named Helen. And they went to go re-get Helen back. And it was a 10-year war. And so everybody in the yellow was fighting on the side of the Greeks. And everybody in green was fighting on the side of the Trojans. So do you need one of these too? Yes. Okay, that's okay. So and if immortal means they don't die, and mortal means they do die, except for nobody dies. Because we all know that you're only death when the idea of you dies. You know, your body can pass all at once, right? At the end of the day, we're still telling the story of Patroclus and of Hector, so they live on, just like Howard perhaps is still alive in this book. I'm not sure even where George dies in this book. We'll talk about that today. So this is intended to help you. Okay, we good? So your job will be nothing with the Iliad right now, but the Iliad starts like next week. What are you focused on right now? You're focused on getting ready for an in-class essay. I handed out this paper last time to the kids in the room. If you could kind of pass some of those that way, that'd be great. Maybe pass some of those back. Maybe pass some of those back. Some of those back. You have an in-class essay on the Iliad 1 week from today for the students in the room, 6 days from now for you guys at home. In your jammies, on your futons. Okay? You unbathed people. Smelly. You understand that you need to get the excretions of the bacteria off of you, because that's what smells. It's the bacteria excreting waste on your body. Okay?
Don't say excrete.
It does. That's what they do. You have millions, you have hundreds of millions of bacteria that are busy eating parts of you and excreting their waste, and that's why you smell. Okay? Moist.
Moist bacteria.
Yes. Is that enough? Are there extra papers here? Are we good enough? Sarah, you have 2 media, right? Okay. Okay. The white piece of paper is the in-class essay. 7 days from now, humans in the room. 6 days from now, humans at home. You guys have to take an in-class essay. I went through these tips on a video. I don't know what you guys thought of that video. That's how I taught all spring. I talked over PowerPoint slides and I talked over things. I taught 3/4 of Hamlet that way. I could teach the entire Iliad that way because I'd be really efficient. Because I basically say, everybody look at this page. Here are things to notice. Everybody looks at this page. Here are things to notice. And that's that. So I may do some of that. We may go into that. My name's on the big board for 2 days from now when we get shut down. I don't know. I thought I was optimistic or pessimistic before. If we go online, it'll definitely be like that. But this in-class essay, you watched the video. Does anybody have questions about the in-class essay 1 week from today? Do you get to use your book? No. The white piece of paper is what we're talking about. You get 40 minutes. I hand you a prompt. Look at the prompt on the very back of that white sheet of paper. It said Emily Dickinson once did this quote. It says, much madness is divine assent to sense to a discerning eye. Much method, the finest madness, right? It says novelist and playwright, last paragraph. Often have seen madness with a discerning eye. Select a novel or play in which a character's apparent madness or irrational behavior plays an important role. Write a well-organized essay in which you explain what delusion or eccentric behavior consists of and how it might be judged reasonable. Explain the significance of the madness, in quotation marks, in the work as a whole. And if I gave you that prompt, you'd be like, why would you give me that prompt for Tinkers? And I'd be like, because it's the perfect prompt for Tinkers. And you're like, why? And then you start parsing the prompt and you think about it. And you're like, well, maybe it's not about madness because madness is now in quotation marks. Can you guys think of any single character that has delusions or eccentric behavior, or there's apparently irrational parts of the book or irrational behaviors? All of them? Yeah, let's be a little more specific than that. The first sentence in the book is George Washington Crosby began to hallucinate 8 days before he died. Hallucination could fit under our umbrella here, right? So then you say, okay, I got it. I got the how. This is the how. The prompt will always give you the how. How does madness in the book, which we're going to call George's hallucinations, or we're going to call Howard's seizures, perhaps, or whatever, how do those things illuminate the meaning of the book as a whole? What's Tinkers about? Again, 13 words. Identity. Okay? So you already know you're going to write about identity before you ever walk in the room. All you're waiting for is the prompt I'm going to ask you to look at identity through. Are Howard's moments of let's put Howard on the floor. I'm just making this up. Let's put Howard on the floor having a seizure, flailing about on the ground. Okay, that eccentric behavior. And at that moment, what did George do? He said, my father is not a monster. My father is a man and I can run away. Could you have a more clear example of identity capturing than that moment? And we wouldn't have had that moment if there wasn't the moment of irrational behavior. Does that make sense? Can you think of 15 more of those moments in the book where there is irrational behavior which helps us understand the complex nature of identity? That's what you're going to do 1 week from today. How are you good at that? You know the book really well. You spend a couple of minutes with the prompt, you parse it, and then you say, I want to write about identity. I'm going to talk about how identity is both something we forge and is forged for us. Okay, so I got cool tension in there. And then I'm going to start thinking about the moments that have irrational behavior, blah, 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 and here I go. The only thing I can guarantee you is I won't give you the madness prompt. I'll give you another prompt that's even better. We good? Any questions about the ICE, the in-class essay? Okie dokie, artichokes. Then look at the blue sheet. The blue sheet, did you have a question? No? Okay, yeah. Keep your hands below your desk, fold it on your lap, unless you're actually, no, I'm just kidding. No movement from students in the room, okay? And then the blue sheet. The blue sheet, what should you write on the top of the blue sheet? You should write that the paper is due Friday, 10/2 at 7 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 7:30. I don't remember which one. I think, what time is Friday supposed to start?
7:30.
7:30. Okay, so 7:30 in the morning. If that's going to make it, if you're worried about the difference between 7 and 7:30, you're already doomed. Okay. Okay. This paper, you have a long time to write this paper. Do not, wait till the last couple moments to submit it. So this paper is due on the 2nd of October by 7:30. Upload it to turn it in, and then you guys in the room, you hand me the paper when I see you, which would be the following Tuesday, which would be the 6th. Okay. If you're never here, like you're a remote person, maybe you can put the, oh, by the way, you guys should have checked in on Google Classroom. I hope you did that. Don't check out yet. That's later. If you're never here, you can bring it to like the office maybe, or if you never want to come near this building, we'll come up with another way of you sending it to me and me printing it here. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. The blue sheet describes this process. I went through it at length yesterday. Does anybody have a question about the imagery paper? Let me give you a couple warnings. Number one is I can help you. That's not a warning. Okay. If you want my help, we can meet during access. You can, email me, whatever. I'm happy to help you write a paper. But number two is you have to be very clear that it's an image. Some students confuse imagery with idea because they really want to write about the nature of time, and they want to write about, like, you know, how in some ways it's like George exists both in a moment of time, but also in a multiplicity of time. And that's kind of the weird tension of being a human, is that we exist in the here and now, but we also exist in the when. And, you know, part of our identity is reconciling the us that's beyond the now and the us that's in the now. And I'm like, God, that's a really interesting idea. I'm like, what kind of imagery did you use to find that? And you're like, well, there's this cool passage on page 63. I'm like, yeah, but what imagery is there? And you look at it, you're like, well, there's a tree there. I'm like, oh, so you're using tree imagery? Yeah, I'm using tree imagery. And then where's another passage about the idea that we exist in a multiplicity of times? And you're like, here on this page. And I'm like, well, what imagery is there? And you're like, well, there's a clock there. I'm like, you can't do that. You can't pick all the images that make you prove your idea. You have to pick one image and let that image give you one idea. And that's what happens. Sometimes you get all excited about your idea and you're like, but there's no good images. And my argument is you've done the paper backwards. There are later papers that you can do that, where you can find anything in the whole book and put it together however you want. But I'm giving you actually a really concrete tether point. You have to find an image, like ships, like insects, like clocks, like anatomical imagery, like houses. And then from that concrete thing, which you can see, touch, taste, feel, and hear, we're going to go out into idea. Does this make sense? Because that's the most common mistake that students have when I teach this kind of paper, is they end up writing a really interesting paper about theme that doesn't get into that doesn't use the how as the lens through which we see the theme. Could you write that paper? Absolutely. Okay, but this is a disciplined paper, you know, and also it makes it you be able to write a 3-page paper. Because if I said, why don't you write about all of the ways that Harding develops all of his ideas? What would you have? You'd have the book Tinkers. You'd have 180 pages or 200 pages. Okay, so I'm making you do something small. All right, what else? Anything about the assignment? Questions, comments, concerns? Here's my advice to you. My advice for you is don't go to film school, because that's what I did. And look what happened to me. Number 2, okay? Number 2, marry above your level, okay? I succeeded in that, okay? Number 3, low yield bonds in a downturning market are a good investment, okay?
Okay.
Number 4, there is more of paraffin in the coating on top of a Dairy Queen dip cone than there is actually, well, those aren't things, that's not what I wanted to say.
Wait, I want to know.
Wax, you know, you're eating wax.
But it's delicious.
Delicious wax.
Yeah.
I'll look at a scented candle. Like, yeah.
You're like, maybe, right?
We're so far behind. Alex is freaking out. Okay, so here we go. So, what are they talking about? I don't know. All right, who cares?
Time to give us a lesson.
A lesson on what?
Well, you.
I got.
Stocks
I know.
to wax.
No, film school, marriage,
Film
stocks, candles.
Give this piece of paper back. Give this piece of paper back. Oh, here's my advice. Yes. Okay. If you rotate your tires, no, wait. My advice is this: if you write these papers, today's Tuesday. If you write these papers, the beautiful thing about having an explication and an imagery essay is you have 2 papers, which sucks. Except for it's not, because you can be writing away on your imagery paper and hit a wall, and you're like, ugh. You can just stop and start writing the other way. You know, there's always another thing to like do. You know, because your room's already cleaned, you've done your laundry. How many of you have like a clean room when you have a paper to write, right? Or you're gonna organize all of your files on your Google Drive, right? Okay. So you always, but here's the deal. You will, I 100% believe you will see patterns by writing your imagery paper that you can use on your in-class essay. And you'll be able to, by writing the in-class essay next Tuesday, you'll be like, wow, I thought of this idea I never thought about the nature of like memory. And that can go into your other paper, you know? So you can totally steal from yourself on the 3 papers, because so essentially what we have is just 3 ways of looking at a book. They do not have to be completely independent, okay? Because I guarantee you the passage you use in your explication, you'll know that passage really well. And if you've done some explication work, guess what? When you show up by the in-class essay, there's some part of this book you know really well. You could even maybe drop in a a little quote in an in-class essay, I'm like, wow, you know this thing. It's like, no, it's just because I was writing another paper for you, idiot. You know, but bottom line is, so if you do work on the papers before next Tuesday, I think you're going to see benefits on the in-class essay. All right. All right, that's it. The paper I gave you with the number on the top, that is just a, that's an example of a, what's it called? Explication. This is the passage. Is Heather Hunt in the opposite version of you guys? Did you hear me saying Heather the other day? This is the passage she read. So some student one year actually built this. They took this little thing about, this is when Howard's father was reaching for the apple, and all of a sudden it became Howard reaching for the apple, and then all of a sudden we were transcending time, and we were reaching back into time to a Roman moment where we were going back to Adam and the apple and all that. Well, this kid wrote those 8 lines down, and then what the kid did, flip to the next page, this kid wrote an entire essay. And this essay is 1,115 words. I think it's about, how long is this, like 3.5 pages? I just want you to see what you do. And you have an essay. If you want to read this essay, I can show it to you. But I don't want to show it to you in case you want to do this passage. And I actually think it's wrong for me to show you essays on tinkers. Because then you say, oh my God, this is what Friesen wants. If I don't do this, I'm not doing the right thing, which is not the game we play around here. So look at the one on English Patient, look at the one on Heart of Darkness. If you want this one, I'm happy to show it to you, but then it kills this passage, so you can't do this passage either. All right? But you can do this. You can write 3 little pages on 8 lines, right? Quote a lot, look at techniques, consider meaning, move your way through the passage. Does this thing have an intro? Flip to the first page. Does that have a little intro? Yeah. Yes, it has a little intro, you know, which, not the first page, I guess the first page of the essay, you know, so you have this little intro and then we launch right in. Anyway, so that's what you guys are going to produce for me. 1 week from today, you hand me this paper. You walk in to take your in-class essay, you hand me your explication. Comments, questions? If you are a purely remote student, you will be doing the at home, the in-class essay at home because you do everything at home. All right. Can I have those papers back? I just wanted you to see. It's really not that big a deal. It's just a little paper. I think I asked my students last year how long it took them to write this paper. And like I said, I got answers everywhere from 2.5 hours to 15 hours. So you know yourself though, right? How long does it take you to write a 3-page paper?
Well, it depends.
Here we go. Ready? Tinkers. Let's talk about tinkers. If you guys could open up your hymnals. We're going to talk about tinkers. We're going to get through this book. We are out of here at 10:18, which is 50 minutes. There are some parts I want to talk about. I really value what you say. Sometimes I feel like I do all the talking. But in some ways, I should do talking because I've read this book more times than you. And I actually have a degree in English. And I think I can point things out to you. It doesn't mean what you're saying is not of value. So, you know, let me know if you have any moments that you want to talk about. Let's start here just for giggles. Let's start on page. And then you guys, we can bounce around to other things as well. Howard is remembering in chapter 3 his father. His father is taken away by those 4 men in dark coats because his father has become unhitched with reality. He begins sermonizing about crazy things, and I'm doing a lot of the what. You have to kind of find the what in this book, you know. And his wife, this would be George's grandmother, has Howard's father placed into an institution or something kind of vague. If you guys go to page 150 in your hymnal, on page 150, Howard as a boy is somewhat lamenting the fact that his father is fading. His father is turning into a dream. His father has been taken away. Middle of page 150, I don't know if you guys looked at that little section and were totally confused, that little passage there. I really think that's just an excerpt from one of his sermons when he was just going crazy, you know. And he's like, you know, but what scurrilous babbler shall your barren wind? Like I can see that being a sermon, you know. If you're writing a paper about fire imagery, you're going to use that little passage because there's lots of fire there. Maybe he's talking about the fires of hell, but maybe he's just talking about the idea of air and heat coming together. But that's not what I want to talk about. Bottom of 150. We have a quest vignette. On the 8th vignette on page 150 is Howard going to find his father, which is kind of fun because what happened in chapter 2? The father went to find the boy. We have an inversion of Howard seeking out George. So Howard's always seeking people, right? It depends on which father and which son. You tell me what you notice on the bottom of 150 and the top of 151. I decided to try to find my father in the woods. Actually, could you argue that that's the narrative as a whole? Could you argue that George as a whole is trying to find his father and trying to find his father kind of in the woods by leaving the confines of this room and looking for where his father went and disappeared into? Because if his father did in fact go into, he doesn't know where his father went. His father used to leave to go in the woods and he's gone. Anyway, I decided to find my father in the woods. When I walked through the woods, I wore my father's old boots. They were too large, I had to put on 3 pairs of socks to make them snug. I carried my lunch in his old wicker creel, slung over my shoulder. I wore his wide-brimmed hat. When I walked through the Gasper's corn patch, I imagined breaking an ear from its stalk, peeling its husk, and finding my father's teeth lining the cob. They were clean and white, but worn like his. Strands of my father's hair encased the teeth instead of corn silk. As I hiked through the woods, I imagined peeling the bark from a birch tree, the outer layers supple like skin. I would peel until I came to the wood. I would insert the tip of my knife into the wood and force the blade deeper until it touched something hard. I would cut a seam in the wood, prying it open an inch at a time, and find a long bone encased in the middle of the trunk. I imagined pulling flat rocks up from creek beds. I imagined climbing trees and tasting for traces of my father in their sap. This is how I thought of myself, as looking for what he had always called in his sermons, the deep and secret yes, an idea I never knew whether it was his own or something he had read in books. I roamed the different places that we had gone together, but I soon found myself hiking toward the outlet of Tag Pond. Turn to the smart kid next to you. Everything we do in this class is this. We say very simply, when I read some form of text, comma, we always start with what the author says. I thought, and then I say, do something hopefully interesting, which is an idea. So talk to the smart kid next to you about what I just read to you and what you thought. Talk about this. Go. It could be a word, a line, a phrase, anything I just read. Go. And I'm going to take attendance. Because I can. Hi.
You have to do that.
But it's like, it's like overall.
Grace? There's no Grace in here, is there? Oh, you're Grace.
I saw that too.
Uh-oh, now I'm gonna be in trouble.
I saw that too, like, I definitely think that a lot of his identity is centered around who he is. And so like when you said this is how I thought of myself, is always called
We beat.
and like you just think the image.
My week meeting to your sister, she's supposed to be here, so I technically mark her as absent, and then I say remote present, but somebody still has to call her. Okay? You can read it.
Yeah, that speaks volumes to the concept of identity.
Ah, stop. You got it, right? Lovely. You got moments. We have imagery, of course, profuse imagery. If you're writing the paper about anatomical imagery or you're writing the paper about tree imagery, obviously you're going to maybe grasp at this little moment. What do you got? The kid next to you said something smart. What did the kid next to you say that was really good? Come on, borrow their ideas. Hi, go Ashley.
So the person next to me talked about, it said, or.
Somewhat, you're going to be misrepresented here. By the way.
Knife into the, or she talked about how it says I would insert the tip of my knife into the wood and how that's kind of like nature, like he is personifying his dad as nature, and it's like he's finding himself as nature, so it's like identity piece within them.
Yeah, identity, and then there's something with identity being overlapping with this idea of unity. Unity so much that it's this weird morphing together, you know? We've had this before where I've been in the woods, but I'm really in the woods in this moment. Yeah, Tate.
The person next to me and us in general talked about the fact that he is becoming his own father and is thing. He's traveling the places his father went, and it's dressed like his father.
Yes.
And he is afraid of becoming his father even further back when he's afraid of being put in a hospital as well.
Very nice. Yeah, there's this weird fear of becoming your parents, which everybody possesses, and you will. By the way, you will become your parent. Okay, just so you know, because I became my father. Seriously, how are you? No way, never. Yeah, you may get hit by a bus before you do that happens to you, but you will. If you live long enough, you will become. Okay. I like that idea of becoming. But here's the thing: is every generation has this abandonment, whether they're abandoning of their own volition or not. And in many ways, George is abandoning his family at this point. One thing I cannot answer in this book, I think about this book once a year for about a month. I don't know if you do that. If you ever think, maybe it's like a Bible or something, right? I think about, no, but I mean, people do that. They think about that book periodically. A lot of people think about that book. There are books in my life that I think about every year for the last, I've thought about the book Hamlet at least a month of my life for the last 20 years. You know, every single month, every day for a month, you know? So like, there are things in my life that I return to. When I return to Tinkers, one of the questions I can't answer in Tinkers is why he has no sons. If I'm going to write a book like Paul Harding, why doesn't George have a son? You know, because this is a book about fathers and sons and generations and all that, and abandonment on both sides. Of course, there are Samuel and Charlie, which are the grandsons, which of course help us think about legacies and trees and roots and all that. But I don't know, it'd be a question I would ask Paul Harding directly if I had the opportunity. Like when Charles Fraser, he wrote the book Cold Mountain, which I also used to teach, he uses no quotation marks around dialogue either. And I went to a reading of his, and he read part of his book, and a woman raised her hand, and she said, I thought it was really interesting how you didn't use quotation marks, and the way the words of the characters just kind of blended into the environment that way. And it wasn't this harsh, like dialogue description. And she's like, I really found it powerful that you did that. She's like, I wanted to know like your thoughts for why you chose to do that and integrate the words of the characters into the narrative in that way. And he said, I don't like to use my pinky when I type. Anyway.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, that's what he said. So
That's amazing.
yeah. So I would ask Paul Harding that, and he'd be like, I don't know, never thought about it. You know, I'm like, okay. I remember one time when I was in class, in college, we had to write in a fiction writing class, and one of our assignments was to write a suicide story. And so everybody had to come to class the next time with a story of suicide. And there was this story that this one person wrote. And for some reason, like almost everybody, well, I don't even remember if it was part of the assignment. It was a long time ago. But we'd read several stories about like suicides, and there were these suicide notes. And this one story was about this girl named Paige, and she climbed to the top of a city building, and she ran her finger along the windowsill, and she took this soot off, and then she jumped off the thing. And this person said, I think it was amazing that like this woman was named Paige, and then she put the ink of the building on herself, and she was her own suicide note. And I was like, that's amazing. The girl's like, I had no idea. I always wanted to name my dog's name Paige, you know? And so like, but the idea is, does meaning exist because an author puts it in there, or does meaning exist because we can find ways to see a logic behind it, and the why is ours? Okay, shut up, Friesen. This is why we never finish. Okay, what else? Any other things smart kids said next to you about this little moment with seeking my father in the woods? Okay, one of my favorite lines in the whole book is in that little section. What is Howard looking for? On one hand, very literally, I'm looking for my father. What else is he looking for? It's on the second page. He's looking for the same thing his father is looking for in his sermon, which is the deep and secret yes. I love that. That idea, that's the meaning we're seeking in life that we have a hard time naming. We're all, and sometimes we let sermonizers, sometimes we let teachers kind of give this, and philosophers, and sometimes parents, and sometimes that really special someone who holds your hand just the right way. We look for the answer to the meaning of life, but we look at this, the idea of the deep and secret yes. What are we looking for? The deep and secret yes. And Howard is looking for that. George is looking for that. Wouldn't that be awesome to be on your deathbed? No, do not take that out of context. Okay, when you're not hit by a bus, okay, when you don't fall down an open manhole. But the idea, what a lovely thing to be doing at the end of your life. My wife's mother died in the spring, and we got to watch her die. And I've only had that twice in my life where I watched a human die. Anybody else? You have, right? People have done that, right? It's an amazing experience, okay? Because somebody's dying on the earth right now, right? And right now, and right now, and right now. It's this incredibly common thing. It's going to happen to all y'all, right? Did we already tell each other we're going to die? Okay? We already did that in this class? Turn to a person next to you and say, you're going to die. You're gonna
Oh,
die.
I can't say that.
You are. You're all gonna die. Okay?
You're gonna die.
But why are we so scared of death? Okay? Why are we so scared of death? But wouldn't that be lovely on your deathbed? That your last thought was, yes. You know, an affirmation of life as opposed to like, well, at least, you know, they voted so-and-so out, you know, or whatever, okay? All right, so now he goes to Tag Pond, page 151. And he goes to Tag Pond. Did we talk about Tag Pond in this class at all? Oh my God, this is on page 142. As he walks to Tag Pond, he's wandering through the woods. He's in a pre-epileptic state. He's in a fugue state. The world is spinning a little bit for him. He's seeing a mix on the top of 162 of water and wood and branch and light and leaves, and everything is kind of mixed together. And keep in mind, he's a boy at this point. And on the bottom of 162, there's this line that says, what looked like the end of the road was in fact merely a shift to the right or the left, or a dip, or a gradual rise. I'm not sure if it's going left or right or up or down, but something is shifting in the way he sees the world. So there's a shift in perspective. And the way the clouds moved, bottom of 152, mostly invisible, above the canopy of trees, now revealing the full light of the sun, now obscuring it, now diffusing it, reflecting it. And the way it sparkled and trickled and gushed and flooded. What kind of imagery do we have there? Agua, okay. And the way the wind dispersed it, even among the more flickering leaves and twitching grass, all combined to make Howard feel as if he were walking through a kaleidoscope, top of 143 or 153. This kaleidoscope passage, something should resonate. Like if I'm in a music class and I have a tuning fork and I go and it's vibrating to a C, and then I hold up another C tuning fork and I put it next to it, this one will start vibrating because they have a unity through space. What passage in this book is this resonating with? It was as if the sky and the ground, top of 153, were turning over and over in front of him, around in a circle, so that the earth, as it swung up over the sky and dropped leaves and spears of grass and wildflowers and tree branches into the blueness, as it rolled back down toward its proper place, in turn received a precipitation of clouds and light and wind and sun from the sky. Sun and earth were now where they belonged, now side by side, now inverted and now righted again, seamless, silent, spinning. Heedless animals picked their way through the turning thicket. Birds and dragonflies dropped onto twigs and took off again for the skies. Foxes pattered over clouds and stepped back into forests. Floor without pause, and thousands of tadpole tails flickered from watery ceiling, then sank back to their muddy nests. The light, too, like a shattered vast plate, rejoined itself and splintered again. Shards and chips and glowing glass and backlit wisps turning in hushed and peaceful exchange, saturating everything. Howard saw, so all these things finally seemed to dissolve away, and their shapes seemed to be held by nothing but quills of colored light. Where does this resonate with in the book? What's another moment? Annie?
This kind of reminds me, just the concept of like things turning and like kind of just that like movement of the universe kind of reminds me of the Mosaic passage.
Yeah, that's on page 64 if you care. No, in your book 74. On page 74 is the Mosaic passage, without a doubt. This is that shifting panels passage maybe. Any other passages this reminds us of? The house?
Like, yeah, the house kind of falling down.
The house collapsing and the things which are supposed to be above and down below. That's on page 17, 18. Nice. So we have the inversion of the world, because the last thing that happens, I believe, you guys would be like page 20, probably page 22. The sky becomes anvils, and that which is light, the clouds become anvils, become weight. And so we have an inversion of gravity, just like the clouds, or just like the foxes patting on clouds and then walking back into the forest. Any other passage this resonates with?
Oh, no, that one.
Okay. What, Borealis section? Maybe like the Borealis on page 55 is exactly the same kind of passage. Sarah?
So I have,
Of course.
sorry.
No, no, it's good. Just don't say, can I go to the bathroom? Or is this going to be on the test? Go ahead.
So this is the passage I'm trying to remember. It was with the ripples. I'm not sure if it was Howard or George that was in the water, and then we had that scene of the ripples in there.
Yeah, the ripples, you're probably thinking of the page 158 when Howard is sitting in the passage with the water, and the water is, well, there's not ripples there. It's kind of undisturbed there.
Yeah, there was another passage where there was ripples that were talking. There was ripples in the water because someone was, just bad on my phone.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll look.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've had it. It's not on the top of my head. All right, so we have that passage. So George is now what? George is now entering a kaleidoscope. which is a crazy idea that, no, it's not George, Howard. Howard is now entering this kaleidoscope, and of course he goes into the pond. We have to move on though. Holy cow, 10:18. So he goes into the pond and he has his first seizure kind of. I don't know what to make of this passage. It's kind of wild because he's sitting there. He's hypothermic, which of course messes with your brain. And he's having these seizures and such. He's bitten his tongue and he sees the Indian there. And it's kind of like, did you guys get a sense of like a oneness and a harmony there where things are both undisturbed while it's being disturbed? Because it's like he's part of the water, but not the water. And there are no ripples and and the fish goes down the Indian's throat, but it's seamless when it does that. And he doesn't know if it's my face or his face, And so there's that moment there of that incredible kind of, I don't know, inner wisdom and all that. I do want to talk a tiny bit about, I think I have to skip this, unfortunately, because we have to move on. Well, let's do one little thing. If you could go to 162, he doesn't know who's in the water with him. And you guys certainly stop me. If you're like, I want to talk about this, you guys have to stop me because otherwise I just have to keep moving. On 162, he's thinking he's kind of been rescued kind of by Ed and Rafe. He's about to be rescued by Ed and Rafe because he's fallen asleep in the water at night and he's waking up hypothermic. But he's kind of going off on these ideas of this Indian face that he thought he saw in the water. And this guy, it's actually on page 160. It's the first new paragraph as the top of 160 is all about him like kind of, I don't know, merging with his environment, I guess I would say. It talks on the top of 160. It says, I looked back at the canoe. The Indian had vanished without sound, seemingly even movement, but rather had been reabsorbed into trunk and root, stone and leaf, light and shadow, and season and time. So this idea of like in that moment where he's remembering this moment, he's sort of absorbed into everything, right? Then we have this idea of Old Sabatus. And this Old Sabatus character on page 160, he's kind of an interesting creature. He reminds me a lot of Gilbert from chapter 1 because what? What?
I said Gilbert, my man.
Oh, my man. Okay, good. No, it's the masks and the mumblings. And so Old Sabatus, it says it's on the first new paragraph on 160, it says, it may have been Old Sabatus who repaired my father's canoe every spring, or not long after the ice had gone out of the ponds of the lakes. He seemed to me as old as light and just as diffuse. I thought about him when the sky was filled of files of dark clouds. His silhouettes were traced by the sun and cleanest blue imaginable. When gold and red and brown leaves blow across paths and are taken by circles of wind, seems like the passage of time. And when new buds burst forth from the other side of time, which also belonged to Sabatus, and men like my father, of course, Sabatus is ancient only to me. So I'm really reminded of Gilbert early in the book because this idea of this character who appears at the cycles of the seasons. Go ahead, Sarah.
I really like the idea of reabsorb versus, being absorbed. It sounds like he's been a part of that. It was like something that was taken back at the
Right.
time.
I love that. The idea of re is going to be huge at the end of the book because we're going to talk about not just turning, but returning. The idea that cycles come through with E again with the re. I like that. Nice. So we have Old Sabatus being this part of the natural landscape. He's somehow out of time. And so they talk about on page 161, Old Sabatus as this Indian character who lives only in legend. He's from the past. He's ancient. He's in Howard's imaginings. People on page 161 have these stories about, the grandfather's stories about these Indians in this prehistoric era that lived out in the woods and set up camp with the devil and all this. So we have the idea that the identity of Old Sabatus lives in imagined stories and memory. So that idea that identity can be held in the mind. But then flip the page and on page 162, you have the new paragraph. Of course, Old Sabatus was a man like any other. And he'd take pictures outside of Titcom's general store. And he had no teeth because he chewed so much tobacco and he liked to get paid money. And he was just this guy. So the idea that Old Sabatus can be just this guy who hangs outside the general store. And then he can also be this legendary figure that exists just in the mind of memory. And he can be both of those things. Because that's what George is wrestling with is who is my father, the man I know or the man I have these imagined kind of stories about? And if you look on page 163 at the top, as time passes and old Sabbatus gets older, they start to get confused as to who he is, because he's there for a while, and then he goes into the woods, and he comes back, and then he starts hanging out with this guy named Red. But then this Red guy they can't figure out who this Red guy is, and this Red guy might have had a kid named another Red, and maybe there are two Reds, and then one of them died, and then one of them became that. And they can't even keep track of who's who, which is the book in a nutshell, right? Where we have the three layers of Father, Howard, George. I think the book in a nutshell is on page 163. I think the entire story of the legacy of the Crosby family is somehow encapsulated on the bottom of 162 and the top is 163. If you count up 5 lines from the bottom of 162, it says, no one knew whether Sabbatus and Red were related by blood. Some old librarians had a sense of the town history. They thought they might be cousins. It could be provoked into heated arguments about the matter during a slow winter. Top of page 163. At the twilight at the checkout desk in the library. It may be simply that Sabbatus and Red lived together because it was known for men to live with even the strangest Indian better that way than the friendliest white man. It was rare. They were rarely seen together outside of their yard. They were never heard speaking with each other at all. Little Red became Old Red when Sabbatus died. So this idea of like, who are we? Are we a single entity, or are we like this merged entity of selves? You know, and old Sabbatus is kind of that. Well, George is experiencing that in the same way in his own life. Like, who am I? And am I my father? And was my father more than one man? You know, in fall of 1896 or 1897, depending on who you asked, you know, the men came to the cabins to arrange for their season hunting trip, and Sabbatus was not there, and Red just said he's gone, and that was that. But now that he's gone, this whole book, we're waiting for George to go. Howard left. He was gone. So the idea is, once you're gone, do you linger? Red seemed to understand the disappointment of the men that was somehow more tame and domesticated than his predecessors. So old Red took the men on their trips and did just as well as Sabbatus had, with apparently neither training nor experience. And I love this sentence. In becoming Old Red, he seemed to relinquish himself as a particular man and become the embodiment of some eternal thing that itself stood outside of time, and whose existence as any given person was merely circumstantial. I think that's the novel in a nutshell. I think really this little vignette of Old Red and Old Sabbatus is really commenting on just the idea of legacy, of family, of time, tradition, of identity, as the idea that we are absolutely particular men or women in our particular mere circumstances, but we are also some eternal thing that stands outside of time. And you have to kind of decide how you conceive of that. Do you believe that? Do you believe in eternity, immortality, life after death, life before death? Do you believe that when you're gone, you are gone? Does existence go when you shut your eyes for that last time, when you get hit by that bus? Okay. Or do you live on in the stories that go on? And that's one of those things. Humans wrestle with this all the time. That's why we have religions. That's why we have philosophy classes. Take philosophy classes in college, okay? Because it will make you think these thoughts, and you'll actually do that, okay? Because it's the only time in your life you get to think like that, because eventually you have to get a freaking job, and you have to work every day, and you have to pay money into taxes, and you have to get a new lawnmower blade, and you have to repair the front tire on the Forerunner yesterday, which started leaking, but I didn't have time, but I still had to fix it, okay? And then when I came home, I had to mow the lawn, and then I had to pay the bills because okay. How many of you see college as job training? Don't. Okay. You get the rest of your life to work a stinking job. Okay. You get a very little time in your life to embrace the life of the mind, be with smart people who think smart things. Okay. Chapter 4. Comments, questions? Can I get an ah? Okay. Chapter 4. What is chapter 4? I don't know. Maybe chapter 4 is a return. You stop me. Sarah did great. Sarah totally stopped me. You guys stop me if you have something you want to talk about. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is a return. The book is framed with the stories of George. We haven't seen George in a long time because we've been in the world of Howard as a boy. Now George comes back. I don't know if that's just because George is waking up from his coma or not, but I certainly know he's been under for at least, I don't remember how many pages, but quite a few. Maybe back in the 70s, maybe. I think George leaves the narrative on page. No. George leaves the narrative. It's on page 68 in your book is the last time George spoke. So George has been gone for almost 100 pages. Chapter 4. During the days, George was aware of a large group of people murmuring and flowing, in and out of the room as if on tides. That's the first page of the book. We're all the way back What are tides? The periodic cycles of the universe that turn and return, right? I don't know. At night, though, when he awoke, there was one and only one person. Who is this person? The one and only one, sitting on the couch next to his bed, reading by the dim light of a small pewter lamp set on a roll-top desk at the end of the couch. This one and only one. Or no, sorry, one and always one. Only one and always one. What a beautiful thing. You should put that in your marriage vows, you guys, okay? You are my only and always one. Aw, isn't that sweet? Or maybe you can just do like a cohabitation thing. That's fine too. The person was always familiar to him, but he never knew exactly who he was. Wait a minute. The familiar person who you don't know who they are. One of my favorite oxymorons in this book that I write is the idea of the familiar stranger. That's what in my opinion, this book is. This book is a quest to find the familiar stranger. And that's an oxymoron. Remember, your imagery paper has to have 3 oxymorons that you invent to embrace some of the tensions in this book. So who is this familiar stranger? If the person was a man or a woman, a relative or a friend, it was as if every time he tried to gather his senses and focus on the person, the particular circumstances, the hair, the eyes, the cheekbones, the nose, the mask, in order to recall a name, the person retreated to his peripheral vision, even though this person remained sitting in full view. What? How is a person in your full view and in your periphery at the exact same time? Okay, what is going on here with our perspective? Remember that boat on the wall that would only move if you caught it on the edge of your eyes? Stop me at any point if you want to say something. Go, Sarah.
I'll stop you there.
Yep.
So with the tides, the tides and cycles, but I like how that brings it back to kind of the boat imagery / the water imagery that really came to this, especially that painting within George's house. I kind of just like how that tied in there.
Yep, absolutely. Nice. Here we go. You stop me. You just do this and I'll keep going. The first night he found the benevolence, good giving, wanting the best for others, charitable, the benevolent, Benny meaning good, stranger. He asked, "Who are you?" And the person looked up from the book and smiled and said, "You're awake." He asked, "What time is it?" The person answered, "It is very late," top of 168. This exchange seemed to occur without him or the person speaking. George could not tell if it was the pills or his normal confusion, much madness, his divinest sense, or if, in fact, he and the person were even communicating at all. It seemed even that when he wondered this to himself, the person answered, "You are right here, speaking with me. You are as clear, simile, as a chime." George attempted to see the person clearly by looking away for a moment and concentrating on the still life painting on the opposite side of the room, and then looking back. That's a reference on page 42 in your book earlier. Concentrating or trying to look straight into the person's eyes. When he did this, the person seemed like a will-o'-the-wisp from Brave, seemed not to sit on the couch, but to hover just above its cushions, and whenever looked on to dart to the left or right or up or down without apparent conscious effort, as if the movement was a reflex, some natural defense. So instead of being observed directly, he or she always presented an elusive vision, flickering against the background of curtain, lamp, desk, couch. This is that maybe silhouette we've been craving this whole book, this person that's an absent presence, right? Who is this person? The person was young, not a child, not an adolescent, but much younger than George's 80 years. Oh, that's a good time frame. At least in body. The person radiated a sense of possessing hundreds of years, but as a simultaneity. The person contained hundreds of years, but they overlapped as if the person experienced any number of times at once. "I was just thinking," the person said in a silvery voice, "I was just thinking that I'm not very many years old, but that I am a century wide. I think that I have my literal age, but I am surrounded in a radius of years. I think that these years of days, this near century of years, is a gift from you. Thank you." Now, let me read you something as you get back to sleep. Talk to the smart kid next to you about that. What did you see in that little section? The first vignette of chapter 4. Go, talk to the smart kid next to you. They know everything. What's a good word, phrase, line?
And then he kind of made
18 minutes.
both or in this stage of time, so he said that they're not. So it's so like he's not going to that's not that point, so he can the way it's asked it, but time and space and time is parallel. Yeah, that when I read that, I mean, y'all literally dropped. I was just like, I was like, what?
You guys at home doing great, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
20 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I like what you said about being surrounded by radius of years, because that's just kind of saying like, I am living in my body, but everything I know, like, this is actually surrounded.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, go. Something fast. Anything interesting about the way that Harding writes or the ideas in this little section? Ooh, I got an idea. Anything jump out at you? I have lots of ideas. I like the geometry of time as represented on the bottom of 158 and the top of 169, right? Or 168, 169. How do you conceive of time? Do you see the geometry words there, like radius and wide? Do you conceive of time as geometrical? Is time a shape to you? Is time a line? You know, is time a flat plane? Is time a, like, what is time? We seem to conceive of it as a circle on clocks, perhaps. I don't know. What do you have, Annie?
I really liked the way that they used being surrounded by a radius of years, because I think that kind of quantifies the way that we view ourselves and our connection to the environment and the people around us. Because obviously you're living in your own physical body, which would put you at the center of it. However, memories are what construct our concept of what life is, and all of that lives outside of our body, and it's really just not real.
Nice.
And so that concept I thought was really interesting.
That's almost those ripples that you were talking about, Sarah, too. I see ripples in this imagery as well. Nice. Anything else jump out at us? Who is this familiar stranger? Literally, who do you think it is? Is he talking to himself?
Yeah, he's on pills.
So it's him talking to himself. Who else could it be? Could it literally be? Yeah.
He could literally be one of his grandparents.
Yeah, it's like Sam or Charlie, because we've seen them reading to him in the past.
So that's like his wife.
Yeah. Oh, it could be his wife, you know? Maybe it's Howard.
Yeah.
Could it be Howard talking to him?
Yeah.
Because remember, Howard was a boy just a few minutes ago, you know? And so is this Howard the person who's both old and young at the same time? You know? Is it Jesus? No.
That's so cool.
No, it's not Jesus. Okay. But what is it? Or is it, some people think it's like an angel. Some people think it's some person from beyond, you know? Do you believe in ghosts and angels? Do you believe people resonate beyond this world and then come back into this world? You know, I don't know who this is. This person is able to say, I am surrounded by a radius of years. This person that is an elusive vision that is both here and not here. This person that lives both inside you and without you. So then we get the Borealis section on 169. You get Nikki Bocecki. Oh my God, you gotta love Nikki Bocecki on the bottom of 169. Nikki Bocecki only on 3 pages in this book. One of the best characters ever. What does Nikki Bocecki do? She comes over to visit and she bakes him pretty, man. She's like, oh, you don't look so good. Let's give you a haircut. Let's polish you up here. Let's give you a little rouge on your cheeks, right? And what is Nikki Bocecki, in my opinion? She is a warrior. Middle of page 170. Perfect middle. Nikki Bocecki is a warrior against the tyranny of time. I think it's one of the saddest things in the world that we have decided time is our enemy, because we're all afraid of death. Okay, everybody doesn't want to die. And so at the end of the day, anybody that gets a tummy tuck or considers considers that the leading roles in Hollywood films can be played by men into their 70s, yet women are capped off at a certain age because they start to show their years. The idea that time is our enemy, that it's embarrassing to look old, you know? So, but Nikki Bocecki is all over that. She is the person that is keeping the cosmetic industry alive as she fights the tyranny of time. But you know what? She's happy. She says, all we've got is our looks, you know? Page 171, The Escapement. Our last Reverend, I believe it's our last, maybe it's our penultimate. Our last Reverend Kenner Davenport section. I think there's another one. Oh yeah, second to last. It's about the escapement. I told you before, one of the big themes in this novel is escape, is escape. And we're trying to escape what? Escape life, escape our situation. This is a play, this is a book about characters escaping their situation. We have people running away in every chapter, people escaping this world. And on page 171, we have this idea of the escapement, which is this part of a clock, which is the escape wheel. And it's this thing that John Harrison invented in like 1727. And he invented where we are, longitude, because he could finally figure out when we are. And maybe if you know where you are and when you are, you might have a sense of who you are. It's a really important idea. Let me show you a picture of an escapement. This is the little section here. An escapement is a piece of a clock that was invented in 1727 and it changed the world. This is an escapement. This thing, which somehow harnesses weight with the pendulum and then can create this tension of tension and release. Tension and release. This piece, and it's called a grasshopper escapement. You see how it kind of looks like a grasshopper? This thing, and if, for those math nerds in the room, you love this stuff up top because this is how we're trying to quantify the experience of time. Clocks are this machination that try to quantify this experience we all have of what is time and can it be measured? Can existence be measured? Anyway, that's the escapement that is being described in your book on those pages. It's called a grasshopper escapement. I have this other video here. It's called Creepy. This is this guy who invented this grasshopper escapement. His name is Dr. John Taylor. He has a series of videos on this clock he invented called the chrono clock. Here it is. He built this in his little lab. Here he is talking about it.
And this is the corpus clock. It's just struck 3. We're in the workshop just outside Cambridge where it's being built. I'd like to show you something about it. Couldn't think. Its heritage stretches back nearly 300 years to John Harrison and his invention of the grasshopper escapement.
That's sick. That's so.
I don't like this. I feel like I'm in a fever dream.
Okay. This is what Nikki Bocecki is fighting, you know, the tyranny of time. Right? All right, so this is described, this whole scene on page, on page 171 is describing this piece of the clock, the grasshopper escapement. And it's the thing that keeps things from unraveling. When you think of other things that unravel in this book, is the thing that allows for a finality of escape. It's on the top of 172. At the end of the train is the escapement. This is where the energy generated by the mainstream finally escapes. It is the most elegant and sensitive wheel. It is a civilized servant. Oh, sorry. We have another video that's still going.
Oh yeah, I was like wondering where it's coming from.
All right.
In my head, I was like,
Oh, the grasshopper is moving.
I was like, oh.
8 minutes. Okay. So that passage on the escapement is wonderful. It really reckons back to that jelly bean video I showed you guys. But the idea of, look on page 173, the last 4 lines before the gap. It talks about the idea of the, it's 3 lines from the top of 173. It talks about, well, maybe it's 2 lines from the top of the 173. It's the grasshopper, the gridiron, the rack lever, the gravity, the detente, the pinwheel. Those are all parts of a clock. Like our greatest bards, our poets, those manly and sensitive souls who range over hill and wood, who ponder sheep grazing through ancient ruins and find rhyme and meter. In short, they find the music of sweet verse. So too our greatest clockmen find poetry that resides in the human process of distilling civilization from riotous nature. Welcome, fellow. The idea that poets are like timekeepers. They are the people that attempt to find order in chaos. They attempt to harness this crazy borealis unity that surrounds us. Okay, we super have to finish. So we only have like 7 minutes. So here's what we have to do. At the end of the book, we hear about George's life. We heard that he would sell clocks to the bank and repair things at Edward Billings Bank and kind of cheat him out of a little money. And he was actually kind of this cantankerous fellow who hid his money in his house. But it makes sense because in many ways, if he's, how more symbolic could it be to fix the clock in the bank? How much more obvious could it be that this is a setting where he's placing value with something that he can lock and keep there. We unfortunately we don't have time to do this. Go to page 179. My favorite passage in the entire book. We cannot not talk about my favorite passage since I'm the one standing. Okay. There's one unique passage. Everything else we have multiple times in this book. We have a couple of sermons. We have a couple of Davenport sections. We've got 6 Borealis sections. We have Howard chapters. We have George chapters. But then we have this weird thing on the bottom of page 179, which is this how to make a bird's nest, which is if you turn one page later, it is from it's from a lost pamphlet. So I don't even know how we have it if it's a lost pamphlet that Howard Aaron Crosby wrote way back in 1924. So this thing precedes his abandoning of the family, which happened just after Christmas in 1926. So at some point in 1924, Howard wrote a pamphlet, which apparently he was going to sell to people as he distributed his wares, his Crosbys or whatever. If you were laughing uncontrollably while you read this, you get the book. If you weren't laughing uncontrollably, you kind of just read this like you read the rest of the crazy book. And you're like, okay, there's more little imagery of trees. Here we go. Okay, here we go. How to make a bird's nest, bottom of 179. Take a wafer of tinker's tin. With heavy scissors, cut 4 triangles. The triangles shall be small, no taller or wider than half an inch, preferably smaller if possible. Punch holes. Do you see how this language mimics the language on page 24 about how to reassemble an unassembled clock? It's very procedural. Okay, so what we have is we have 4 triangles, okay, and they're tiny. They're like a half an inch big, okay? They're real little. Now, punch holes near the 2 angles in the base of the triangle, okay? And using a small hammer, the slimmest nails or brads possible. A large, sturdy sewing needle is even better, as it'll yield a final hole. Now, fold each triangle along an imaginary line extending from the top point to the middle of the base. The angle of the fold, once we fold it, so we're going to have this kind of shape here like this, kind of thing like this. The angle of this fold should be approximately a right angle, as close to 90 degrees as possible using only the naked eye, or on the top of 180. As a utility, the tool does not depend on the exact mathematical measurement. Now, thread each of the pieces. So we have 4 of these with these holes here. So we thread each of the pieces with a line of fishing line or kitchen string or a strong sewing thread. Now, patience is required. Place in turn each piece of shaped tin over the nails of the forefinger and the thumb of each hand, okay, so that the point of each piece extends approximately a quarter of 1 inch beyond the fingertips. Now fasten each piece to the finger by tightly tying the thread around the finger at the first joint. Now, not so tightly that you're going to lose circulation. This may take practice. Join the thumb and the pads, okay? By rolling them together forward and backward, the 2 folded triangles should variously meet and separate. These are your beaks. It is with these that you will pick up grass and twigs and tinsel and stray bits of string and weave them together in the branches of a chosen tree or bush or a thicket, depending on the species you wish to undertake. Okay? And you will weave this together on the top of 181. And by weaving strand by strand, you'll make a bird's nest. So that's how to make a bird's nest. I love this passage, how to make a bird's nest. But guess what a bird's nest is? It's home, right? How do you make a home? Before he wanted to make a wagon that moved and call it the Crosbys, and before he said, I'm going to live on my wagon, this is a moving house. This is, my opinion, one of our houses in this book. And we weave using the natural world, becoming a bird or a crazy person with beaks on your fingers. And you weave a nest. But look at what you keep in this nest on 181. It's the last paragraph of this little pamphlet. Once the nest is complete, what do you put in it? Anything your heart desires, of course. Acorn eggs, plucked from their cups, stones smoothed in a river, a lock of your sweetheart's hair, your firstborn's milk teeth. Anything you choose that will fit into the nest and give you pleasure to consider whenever you visit. Over time, one's whole countryside might be fitted with a constellation of such nests, each holding its own special treasure. From the mind of an insane person comes this incredible statement of place and home and legacy and family. That's my favorite passage in the whole book. Did you guys catch that? That was literally what he was doing, was going like this. Building a bird, okay? What happens at the end of the book? Well, we have to go back in time to go forward in time. Howard moves to Philadelphia, meets Megan Finn, right? Lovely lady, changes his name to Aaron Lightman, okay? And did anybody catch where Howard dies in the book? It's so hard to find. Let's see. It is on page 192 at the Gap. Howard's lying in bed with Megan. He's saying, I'm wondering if our existence, we aren't just like a shadow. And maybe we're a shadow's shadow, which is what Hamlet says. And maybe we're sort of have an identity, but our identity is eclipsed within this idea of like place and space. And then we can be frozen in ice and all that. And his wife leans over and says, that's sweet, dear, kisses him, and then he dies. Okay? And then right after that on 192 at the Gap, as George died. One of the problems with this book is George doesn't die. George died. What's as indicates it's this process. When exactly do you die? Is there a moment when you die, like Howard died, period? Or is dying a process? Or how long does it take? You're all dying right now, exactly. And do you continue to die after you die? If your fingernails and your hair continue to grow after death, at what point do you die? And if you linger, do you believe you linger after death?
Oh, yeah.
Do you linger in spirit and you go off to heaven or hell? Okay, or do you linger in story? All right, we have to turn a page. So Howard dies. George is dying. George is finally submerged. Did you guys catch all the water imagery as he's submerged? We have to talk about page 200 because we only have 1 minute left. Oh dear, how do we talk about the end of this book in 50 seconds? Tyranny of time. Did you guys catch what happens on the very last vignette of the entire book? If you can say this book, what happens at the end of this book? You can say George dies. Or what can you also say? George achieves what he was looking for in the entire book, which was what? He wanted to find his father. And when did he find his father? In 1953. When his father just appeared on his door and said, hi. Did you notice that last paragraph of the book, the last thing? We only hear what Howard said. We don't hear any of George's questions. What was George's question? I don't know. What was Howard's answer? The very last line of the book. Yes. Yes. What are we looking for in this book? The deep and secret yes.
Oh.
Okay? And all of a sudden, I don't even know what the question was. That was a terrible ending to a book. Oh, well. Okay? But at the end of the day, there is that moment there. But maybe it's good I don't resolve every part of the end of the book, right? You guys can do that, right? You guys freaking out? We good? All right. That's how it usually happens. I finish a book, I'm like, oh, there's the bell. A lot of times I'm like, oh, read the last 4 pages yourself. See ya. Okay? Thanks, guys. Have a nice day. Don't smoke. If you want help or anything, let me know. I trust that you can find a passage and write on a passage. I trust that you can find some imagery and look for some meaning. If you're at home, you might be done with the day. Anybody done with the day right now? No? You're done after third? No. Okay. Bye, guys.
Your ad read, by the way, killed me yesterday.
What did?
Your ad read, your fake ad read.
Oh, did I do HelloFresh?
No, you did Squarespace.
Squarespace, okay. Did I do okay?
I was like dying.
I'm glad somebody listened. That's good. Because I don't like doing this at all. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a nice day, Kate. We'll talk to you at 2. Bye. Bye. All right.
Oh.
Is there a Zach Martin in this class?
Yes.
Was he here?
Yes.
Okay, right there. All right, what's up?
I got two
Hey, is this yours?
Yeah, well, I teach until, yeah. How about 1:40? 1:40, would that work? Yeah? Okay, what are we gonna do at 1:40? You want me to send you the Zoom at 1:40?
I can be here.
Oh, you'll be in the building at 1:40?
I'll be in the building if I'm allowed.
Yeah, wait for that.
I don't know if you're allowed to.
He has to talk to you.
I'll be in the, I'm not leaving the building. So.
Yeah, come here at 1:40.
Okay.
I'll be here, okay?
If you
Bye,
go to like the little
have a nice day, goodbye, bye.
Yeah, this one I'll-
1:40.
Sorry, guys, I'm gonna be-
1:40.
Yeah.
What's up? You gonna do a group meeting to start class, right?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
I
Yes.
am also leaving for New York and Maine this
Nice,
weekend,
okay.
so there's gonna be very little. I'm gonna do my
Yeah,
best to
so
try
what
and
you're
get
gonna do is, you're gonna take an in-class essay on Tuesday, will you be back for that?
Yes. we'll
Okay,
be back.
take that.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to do your imagery your explication, you can have it.
Okay.
Your imagery paper is still due next Friday.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
And it's, but keep in mind, the OLED is coming, and so if you push the explication off too much, you might be overlapping a little with what comes next, okay?
Okay.
Cool.
Just make sure somebody calls you in, I'm sure it'll work. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Megan.
Cheers. Hello, you guys can come in. Welcome home. Would you hand sanitize on the way in? And if you want a paper towel, if your desk is wet, that's fine too. Thank you so much. Got it, got it. All right, so now we're gonna do this. Nope. Yep, this.
Yeah.
Here we go. Well, thanks for coming. I'm gonna do this here, yep, and then from this, I'm going to go classwork, Tuesday, there we go. Class attendance, bingo. Period study, bango.
Mr. Friesen.
Bongo. Hi,
Hopefully just walked through.
yeah, you're on TV, nice. What's up?
But I like work on like later on today. But I realized it was like the whole you need to watch the video until the end before it submit. And I don't know if I did that on majority of them. There might have been two.
That's the whole point of putting it in a puzzle, is that you don't have to watch the video.
I like
Whole video,
that.
so
Because I did the last question and I had done and I maxed it out.
Okay, maybe, let's see, it'll show you what, I don't know what it does, so if we go to my classes, we go to this hour, we go to students, then we go to you. Oh, no, I don't want to move you, I guess I can do this one. Content, no, my class is doing this, oh, I can do this up. Assignments.
Sure, yeah.
No, let's see.
I was
No, I think it's here, should I go down here? Yeah, see, it shows that you.
I don't know. I feel like maybe she's not, because I feel like it's not like she was talking, it was just like we're talking.
Yeah, you did 90% of that video, that's pretty
But
good.
she's a good
That's
person.
pretty good, okay, and then just when you did.
I did watch.
Yeah, you did
it.
90%, yeah, nice. 90 is probably just the credits, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
it was
that's
just
fine.
the credits, so
Yeah,
it was like.
you're fine, don't worry about it. It's all good, it's all good, there's nothing here.
Okay,
You're fine.
sick. I was like,
Hello, Caleb.
crap.
What's going on? Videos? Why?
I know what
Oh, really? I'm sorry, I tried to give you like, 2 minutes sometimes, you know? Okay. Well, we have to do some of that with art, just because we have to see the art, you know what I'm saying? We can't I can't reproduce it just with words, I have to, we have to use the visual, you know? But don't worry about time, I mean, if you need more time, it's fine. No worries. Looks like you did everything we need.
How much still literally? Yeah. I just think.
That's what we do in class.
I guess you know there.
No worries.
It's just like.
Oh, a long
It
time
literally
ago.
is the
Don't even remember.
Yes.
Thanks for walking me to class.
It works. That's our where does your sister
I'm gonna go learn some
Sounds
stuff.
so bad.
Missouri, okay. And she's obviously she's older than.
I sprained my ankle.
Well, that's good. Or is that bad? That's crazy. It's good. Okay. All right, I have to do this. I have to. What am I supposed to do, guys? I'm supposed to do this and this and this. Sure, why not? And this and this.
That's the combination.
Good. And maybe we could do this.
No.
Boom. Bingo, bango, bongo.
No. That's kind of
Oh, boy. Hello, people at home. Looks like we have 7 people at home. That's exciting. That's exciting for sure. That's not the right class. Oh, duh. Are you elevating there, Molly? Elevating, very nice. Welcome to everybody. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English a part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher today. Oh boy, happy Tuesday, huh? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 people. Well, thanks for being here. If you're at home, welcome. Let me just take attendance really fast here. So let's see. I got to think about this. Who's here today? Today would be these people. Okay. So now we say Caleb and Ty. I don't see a Ty. And Brendan, right? Yes. And Abby, right? I'm learning faces. I'm learning eyes. I'm learning the upper half of faces. That's important. And Molly, I've got there. And Robert, yes. And Joe, and Dane, and Grace, and Nikwa. No, was there before. No Nikwa. And then Maisri. There. Okay. Why am I confused? Let me look at my other class. Oh, I know I'm confused. Sometimes think in terms of letters, and I have another MM in another class, and that's why I got confused. MM. Are there other MMs in your family? Are you the only MM? Some families do that. They name like everybody. Does anybody have one of those families where everybody starts with the same letter? Does anybody know one of those? Are you that? Are you that family? You know people like that where it's like Jane and Jack and Jimmy and Jordan. Okay, and then. Then Ellie is here. And then Allison is in the back corner. Yes? Right, Rockstar. I don't know why I colored you guys in. Oh, I know I colored you in. Because you're in your alphabet part is different. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making English part of your day. My name is Mr. Friesen. I'll be your teacher for the day. I have a poem to start things off. And it's called The Kiss. And it's based on a painting by Gustav Klimt. And he painted this painting 110 years ago, 112 years ago in 1907 or 1908. And actually, I'm going to read this poem twice. So first, you just go, okay. Do you really think The Kiss by Sasha Pimentel. Do you really think if you bend me, I will love you? You crack my chin up, your hands brown pigeons scheming reunion at my cheek and temple. Your jaw cragged at the end of your thick neck of longing. I claw into you as the only tree here, your swing. I'm mad for gravity, though. I'm bound diagonally to you. Let me. Push from your trunk towards the edge of my freedom. Leave me to wither while moss weeps in the corners, our halo liquid as yolk, waving from our body's heat, our divinity melting. My dress blossoms loudly. You are still wrestling me closer. If only I could release to you my mouth just this once and you would leave me. But the shadows of your robe are so haphazard. I know you will try to smother me again. The poppies scratch, my feet reach beyond spring. And you guys say? What we're going to do when we talk about art, you guys did some art, you people at home, and you people on the TV, hey, welcome. You're going to do some art stuff today. Starting next week, well, starting today, and then next week we're going to do some art, but we're going to pair art with some poetry because we're going to talk about both of them as very small, contained and framed expressions of the human experience. Okay, and so no matter what it is that we read a poem on the kiss, called The Kiss, or we read, we see a painting called The Kiss. Ultimately, we want to talk about how the authors make meaning. You know, how does the poet choose to make meaning here? And then how do painters paint? And then why? What are they getting at? So I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm going to show you the actual painting, The Kiss, that motivated these words by Sasha. And it looks like this. And then you think about this. Do you really think if you bend me, I will love you? You crack my chin up, your hands, brown pigeons, scheming reunion, at my cheek and temple, your jaw cragged at the end of your thick neck. Of longing, I claw into you as the only tree here. Your swing, I'm mad for gravity though. I'm bound diagonally to you. Let me push from your trunk towards the edge of my freedom. Leave me to wither while moss weeps at the corners, in the corners. Our halo liquid of yolk, waving from our body's heat. Our divinity melting. My dress blossoms loudly. You are still wrestling me closer. If only I could release to you my mouth just this once and you would leave me. But the shadows of your robe are so haphazard. I know you will try to smother me again. The poppies scratch my feet. Or the poppies scratch. My feet reach beyond spring. So what we're going to be doing, you guys, nice. So what we're going to be doing is trying to do this integration, not where we have a poem and a painting that are always the same, but we're going to be doing the same approach where we consider the choices people make. So here's what we're going to do today, my friends, is we're going to say welcome and read a poem. And then the agenda is the exact same thing that happened yesterday, except for we're just going to do it backwards. So if you're online, I'm going to talk to the people that are at home right now doing what you guys did yesterday. And then you guys, if you're in person, you do this. So don't forget, if you're at home, check in. By the way, if you're here, check in, okay? So in like a couple minutes, I'm going to say get your computer out and check into class just because it fixes my gradebook. Okay? Anybody have any questions before we move on to the next slide? We good? Okay, let me talk to the people at home, and maybe you people who were at home, if I'm lying to the people at home, you can tell me. If you're at home right now, if you're online, here's what you should do. On today's Google Classroom, you will find 5 Ed puzzle videos. People in the room, tell me if these things are true. Yes? They are from a series created by this website called Smart History. And these videos are our first step to looking into art and considering why art matters. Your job is to go through the 5 videos and answer the embedded questions. The questions are sometimes multiple choice, sometimes they're short responses. Sometimes I'll tell you at the end of the video, I'm going to ask you this, so watch for it during the video. Did anybody have problems with the technology part of that? It seemed like it went really smoothly. Okay. I mean, in terms of what I saw a lot of green, like yays. Okay. This is due by the end of the class today. Today class ends at 11:41. So what you guys should shoot for, let's shoot for like 11:38, okay? That gives us 3 minutes at the end to button things up if we need to. But this is not homework, you humans at home. Your homework is to have your improved personal statement ready by 9:28, which is a week from yesterday, okay? Your improved personal statement is coming in as a final copy by 7:35 in the morning. If you have a problem, let me know via Google Classroom. I'll be watching for comments today. Or you can do the group me as well if you need help. And then return to class at 11:38, okay? You do not need to stay on the YouTube Live if you don't want to. You can say goodbye, or you can stay there and just mute it because we're going to be doing the exact same thing in class that you guys did. It looked like a lot of you guys yesterday just turned it off, which is fine. I don't know if that changed my viewership, my sponsorship, and my potential earnings, but I don't know. We good? Questions at home? I wouldn't know. Wait, what do we do if we're full online? So if you're a full online person, you pick one of the 2 days to do the in-person experience. So that would probably be today. You would probably stay on this class feed right now. Daniel, does that make sense? Maybe you can mark on there. So if you've not done the workshop, you should be doing that with us today. Okay, here we go. Ready? Dun, dun, dun. Today, what we're going to do, if you're in person, or if you're a full online person, but you did the art stuff yesterday, we're going to be doing these 5 things. We're going to be looking at your personal statement essay, and we're going to be going through a revision process. And I think some of you, this is going to be a little odd, because I think sometimes in school, we turn in our first draft as our final copy. The first thing we write is the thing we submit. And I'm not interested in the first thing you wrote towards this essay. What I'm interested in is something that you polish. I asked for you to have a draft by today. I'm going to walk around the room. You're just going to show me your little draft. But ultimately, we're going to go through and make this thing better. So first, we're going to look at the assignment guidelines, which I'm going to give you a copy of. I'm going to pair it with a writer's workshop series of questions that you can go through in class today. You can go through it by yourself. You can have somebody sitting next to you go through your essay for you and give you feedback if you wish. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. Second, I'm going to give you the rubric. On Friday of last week, I gave you a video. You watched me go through the rubric on a video. Nod if that was true, right? I think you did that. Is that right? Okay. And then we're going to go through that rubric. I already went through it, but I'm going to give you a copy of it today. Third, we're going to look at an essay that somebody has improved and made better. And we're going to look at the difference between an okay essay and a good essay. And we're going to talk about the choices that were made to improve an essay. We're going to look at some examples that need revision, and we're going to talk about what they should do. And then finally, I'm going to give you a resource that has a lot more strong examples. If you guys are in the classroom right now and you open up Google Classroom and you open this slide, these are all links to the things that I'm going to be giving you right now. So if you want to have your computer open right now, that's cool. So we're going to do this together for a few minutes, and then the rest of the period today is for you to implement these strategies to try to improve your personal statement. Okay? So here comes some papers. The first paper, these are all handy dandy color coded, so this is going to help you. The first paper, she's a pink. Okay? So you're going to be a pink paper. Is anybody? We good? You good? I think I have to turn in like 6-week grades this week, so I don't know how that's going to work out for you. If you have any questions, let me know. Hi, how are you? What is this? Let's see. Oh my gosh. No, that's my fault. Let me just make sure I have this human. Yeah, I have this human. We're good. This is for you. I give you that. Give you that. Here's one of these. Oh, definitely. No worries. There's that. Yep. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Some of you were raised right. Thank you. Thank you, school. Thank you, school. And then tomorrow you guys have the SAT. Do you guys have questions about that, SAT? Tomorrow? If you have not signed up for it, you don't take it. If you have signed up for it, you show up. There are signs all over the school that tell you what room to go to. There is no work in this class, okay? Today is the last thing we're going to do until next Monday. Hey. Yeah, for the math portion, I believe one of the sections is a no calculator, and the other section is a calculator section. Yes. Bring a calculator. Number 2, pencils, water. Cool. All right, let's do this one first. Pink sheet. Everybody take a look at the pink sheet real quick. I'll put it up here on the blow machine, and you guys can follow along. You guys at home, it's on that handout real quick. Now, usually what happens in school is I usually give my students the assignment, and then we start working on it. But I actually had you guys start working on the assignment, and now I'm giving you the assignment. So hopefully what I say in this assignment is stuff you're like, oh, I already know that. Let me know what questions you do have. So here's the actual assignment. It's a personal statement or a college application essay. The purpose of narrative writing is to tell a story. However, the story you tell in this essay is about you. It's written in response to a specific prompt. So you'll need to select the prompt with thought, design your response with care, and craft it with originality. It should reveal your vulnerability, which is your willingness to tell a personal story, as well as one or more values, which are deeper issues about your belief system or your essence, and ultimately your superpower, which is something you learn or do or possess that makes you unique. You will choose one of 2 paths. Path number 1 is to write a personal statement essay and turn that into me. Path number 2 is to craft a college application essay, which is the exact same essay. It's just that one you're going to send it off to college and ultimately will help you with admission or with perhaps like scholarships. I don't care which one you pick. I think the checkout question today asks me which one you're going to do. Are you going to be using it for a college app or not? Regardless of the path you choose, you have to use one of the 6 Common App prompts, okay, to answer that. So select a prompt that showcases aspects of your experience. So why didn't I give you this sheet before? Why didn't I at the beginning of this assignment say, pick one of those 6 and write a paper? What I wanted you to do is do the essence object box exercise and do the values exercise and think about the story you want to tell and then see which prompt it works with. Because it's so much better because the whole purpose of the essay is it's yours, not that it fits one of the prompt questions. So now you need to select a prompt and make sure that your essay does at least adhere to one of those. If you're applying to college, this statement will reveal the you beyond your GPA, your test scores, extracurricular involvement. Okay. We have done a good deal of pre-writing. We've looked at several models. We've thought about a lot about this how, what, why levels of personal statements. So your specific requirements are, this essay is personal. So you're invited to use first-person pronouns, but do not rely on an informal voice and style. This isn't a text message, right? You still need to adhere to the correct conventions of English grammar, spelling, capitalization, usage, and mechanics, unless it's clear you're breaking those rules because you know what the rules are and you're making a stylistic choice, okay? If you don't know the difference between a comma and a semicolon or a period and a comma, that reveals a lack of craft. But if you're purposely writing a fragment because it's this impactful part, then that's okay. Express your story with strong detail, compelling language, and a pleasing style. This is an essay that asks you to take some risks on how you express your story. So some of the specifics. You have to type the prompt you select at the beginning of your essay. So you have to pick one of the 6 prompts, and it has to be at the top. Okay, so I know which one you're answering. Now keep in mind, there's a 7th hidden prompt that says write whatever you want, and you can certainly put that on the top. The essay must be, hello, Ty. Fine, thank you. If you could wash your hand things or whatever, or squirt there. Thank you so much. And I'll take that. Thanks. And you can have one of these as you go through. Thank you, sir. Your essay needs to be between 450 to 650 words. Okay. If it's not within that range, it's going to lose part of your score. So you have to live in that. That does not include your name, the title of your essay, the question that you put at the top. It's just the essay. Google Docs does that for you under the tools menu. There's a word count function. Your paper must be typed in MLA format. If you don't know what MLA format is by the senior year of Columbine High School, you can click on this link right here, which is live in the document, or you can Google MLA format, and it will tell you 1-inch margin, double spaced, Times New Roman, no extra space between return, a 1/2 inch indent. This is kind of how you do all that stuff. Okay, but you should. I would think you've had that pretty good by now. And the paper is worth 80 points. Right now in class, as of today, I don't even know if I have this up right here. As of today, you guys are sitting on, I don't know, today, I still have 2 little things to put in. Right now you're sitting on 104 points in this class. And there's a couple more things to add in there. But essentially, this paper will determine, I think, where you are. So if you're doing well and you do well in this, you're going to kind of make that foundation pretty strong. If you're doing terribly, this is the single opportunity to change everything. If you're doing well and do poorly, this is the single opportunity to ruin everything. And if you're doing poorly and you don't do it, then this is going to solidify your need probably for credit recovery. Okay? Don't do that. Is there any questions so far? Okay. Due date and time. You can write this right now if it'll help you. It's not a crutch to put things in your phone. It's not your crutch to have a little planner in your back pocket where you write stuff down or a watch that beeps. It's not a crutch for you to write things down. And this paper is due at the beginning of your next in-person day. And for you, that is what? Today is the 22nd, so that's the 29th. And it's due when you walk in the door. It must be uploaded to Turnitin.com before 7 o'clock on that day or else it's late. Okay? Online students only need to complete the electronic submission. And it's due by the deadline regardless of your absence. So even if you're absent next Tuesday or Monday, it's still due because we've had a bunch of time to work on it. And if you happen to get sick on next Monday night, that just means you waited too long, okay? So I highly recommend you chip away at this thing over the next week. The paper loses 10% for E, okay? Any questions? Why does it say the letter E? Because apparently I didn't finish my sentence. What should it say there? Paper loses 10% each 24 hours it's late. Okay, it's a ticking clock. You good? All right. And then the last thing are tips. Tips are what? I don't know, spelling and usage, they matter. You should use lively language that shows who you are. Avoid excessive use of elevated language, but be lively, you know. Use figurative language. Try to make use of some sensory imagery, some metaphors, personification, a little bit of maybe rhythm to your language. Incorporate good story-based structure and have clear points and movements that advance the story so that it's sort of, I'm on a journey through your story. You can go ahead and use the first person pronoun, but please don't lean towards informal writing. It's okay to speak to make this a personal essay, but it should not resort in like a slang or a complete like vulgar language or something like that. Mind your word limit. You can't go more than 650 words, okay? And so for some of you that it's going to be hard to get up to 450, but for some people it's going to be hard to stop before 650. Get another set of eyes on your paper if you trust another human. I know some of these are personal essays, but they will be read by me. So if they're read by me, they could be read by somebody else. Another set of eyes are often very, very helpful. Yesterday in class, I had a couple of people working together, and one of the people said to the other people, this is kind of drab in this section. And then they talked about some suggestions to make that better. Or this actually is not how you use, this is not the correct spelling of this word. Flip that piece of paper over. On the back of the big piece of paper are questions you should ask about this piece. Either you or somebody else, when you think it's pretty good, you should probably ask these questions about its organization, your choice of words and sentences, your mechanics, if you're doing the idea of showing, not telling, and then ultimately your overall effectiveness. And these are good questions to have somebody else take a look at your paper and consider, you know, or yourself. I mean, are you using any sensory details in your paper? Is there something I can see, touch, taste, feel, and hear? We're going to talk about that in a minute. So these are just some questions that you can think about when you workshop your paper over today and the next week. Last three bullets. Try not to just report the mundane. Some topics aren't going to distinguish you. If you choose to write about not making varsity or your bad first breakup or your first speeding tickets, those are very cliche, common teenage stories. They may be incredibly powerful to you, but they happen to thousands and thousands of people. So if you're going to write about that, then they should be as vehicles to get something deeper that makes it your story. So be very careful that your story is your story and can't be somebody else's. Work to develop a central metaphor, build your metaphor, repeat words, add related language. You can do this, take pride. Does anybody have questions about this? I could have given you this before we started this process, okay? But nothing here, I hope nothing here is a surprise, right? Just write your answer. Okay. Now the yellow sheet, did I give you that? No, the yellow sheet is the rubric that I did the video on. So you guys, this is just yours. I would like for you to attach this to your essay when you submit it 1 week from today. But this also, just look at the column you want. Would you like to be in the left-hand column and receive an A on this paper? Well, then do those things. Would you like to be in the second column and receive a B or C on this paper? Well, then do those things. Would you like to get a D on this paper because D's get degrees, baby? Then do those things, okay? Or would you like to redo this paper? Okay, so there's that. Thank you. You bet. So this kind of walks you through the features of the how, what, why. But I went through this on the video. I'm not going to go through it now because I don't need to waste your time. Okay. All right, real quick. I want to give you guys time to workshop in here, but I want to do two things before we do that. First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at an improved essay. If you're at home, you click on this link right here, and it will bring up a piece of paper that looks like this, which has a bunch of blue, okay? And what this is a short essay. This is about a third as long as yours. This is only about 200 words, and it is an essay that a student used to get into Stanford, okay? And this top essay is not good, and this bottom essay is good. And this student went from an essay that had potential to an essay which succeeds. So what we have here is your job. I'm going to hand you this, and your job is to read the essay and glance at some of the comments in here from an actual college admission officer. But they're the same kind of comments I would offer as well if I got you bet. So take a look at this. Oh my gosh. So, oh my gosh. All right, everybody together, just say thank you once.
Thank you.
There we go. No, we don't do it. This does make me feel like we're in school, though. When I hand papers out, usually I feel like I'm talking to a computer screen. Okay, so here you go. In a sort of quick manner, I'd like you to read through this sheet. Yeah. I'd like you to read through this sheet real quick in a sort of quick manner. I'd like you to read this essay as it was written with some of the comments, and then read this essay as it was improved with some of the comments, realizing that I bet your paper right now is somewhere in this range in here, okay? Yes?
Another one? I need to get correct.
Oh, my bad. Oh, that's for the Iliad. Do you want to read the Iliad? Okay, thank you.
I'll put my name on, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, sir. This is what we're doing right now. I'm going to ask you for a description of either the top or the bottom essay that you've seen that you thought, or you agree with the comments, or you've got a question about. Keep going for a minute, but I'm going to ask you what you thought about one or the other, and I'll kind of model that for you. I need you to put your hand above your head. 0 is I haven't started. 5 is I'm totally done. So where are you in range of being? You're all done. Okay, here we go. What is something that we notice about either or both of these essays? Because bottom line is what the essays are about are identical. The what didn't change. The story didn't change one bit. But why they're effective and what they show about the person is huge, and of the how changes. So here's something I'm going to say. I believe the top essay, the first draft, is passive. I believe this story is being done to the person. Like, I went to class, I heard some music. Everything's kind of being done to the person. I believe that as draft number 1 is passive, I believe draft number 2 is a lot more active. I believe that there's a voice that's a lot more forceful in the second one. What do you guys notice about the way the first one was written or the second one was written? One comment either way. Molly?
I feel like the first one was very rushed and was not very entertaining to how the second one opens up.
Okay. Oh, so specifically the opening, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a kind of a drama to the second one's opening. Those are both, the thing about the knock, knock, knock is in both of them, but it's certainly maybe a more powerful beginning. So that choice to start with something, remember sensory. What you see, smell, touch, taste, and hear. Well, wouldn't in a paper about the power of music, it'd be nice to hear something? You know, we'd activate our ears. What did you have? You had something there? There's people? No? Did you have something? No. Okay. Anybody else have a comment about the first one or the second one? And you're Allison. Yes, you are.
Just like the end of the first one, doesn't convince you that he actually loves it, or that music is his passion and it was his influence.
Absolutely.
And the second one, it does.
And there's something lovely about the end of the first one. I hope to pursue my profound passion. I'm like, oh, I hope you get to do that too. Y'all, I hope you can pursue your profound passions in life. But by the second one, it's a lot more convincing. It leans into it a little more. Music has become the score for me to interpret. I'm actually using music language. It's so much more powerful than I hope that I'll be able to be on varsity this year, coach. You know? Cool. What else? Somebody else had a hand up? Anything you notice about either of the essays? I think the second one is a lot more. Oh, go ahead, Ellie. Sorry.
Oh, no, you can finish your thing.
No, I don't.
Okay. I read one of the comments that it's talking about how it's like really broad and just like kind of general like summaries. I guess like each sentence wasn't really going like in depth. It's just kind of like a summary of like what was going on, and it was talking about how like colleges would rather like they don't want to hear about the story. They'd rather like actually get in and know you personally and like what was going on like in your head and like emotions and whatnot, rather than just like a general, oh, this happened.
Right. So general and summary would be a little more descriptors for the top one, whereas precise and lively might be a descriptor. Very good. And it's weird because in high school, we just beat this out. We know, like, don't write about yourself. Don't write about your passions. Write about this poem that I want you to write about. Or write about like the water cycle in English in science class. This is the one time when you get to dive in. I would say too, the final draft dialogue is kind of present there with the knock 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 thump thump thump. There's questions being asked, which is maybe you could ask a question. I'm going to challenge you guys to think about sentence structure, long sentences, short sentences, fragments, paragraphing being broken a little bit, perhaps. It's clear it's the same paper, right? But it couldn't be more different in how it was told. Does anybody else have a comment or question? Okay, I'm going to grab those from you guys, and we're going to do this. We're actually going to go out of order. This is called the improved essay. You have links to all this stuff. You can have this stuff if you want to ever look at it. It's available to you online. I just don't feel like I don't need to make copies for all my classes. These are like 14 cents a piece. I mean, my gosh, we're in such a strict budget there. You want to keep them for a second? Strict budgetary time, I don't know. How's the street parking lot these days? Is it full? Not at all. Kayla's gonna borrow that. You want to keep it? Got it. Thank you. All right. And now I'm gonna flip. We're not gonna do step 4. We're gonna do step 5, then step 4. I'm not gonna do this because I've done this 10 times. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've done this 11 times. I've given you 11 model personal statement essays. Hey. No? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Your foot was up, your arm was up. Here are more. And you may click on these if you want. But sometimes I know that one of my problems as a teacher is I often give too much material. And it's overwhelming. There's actually a psychological condition. It's called the paradox of choice. And the paradox of choice is a legitimate sociological and psychological phenomenon that given more choice, humans are less happy with what's available to them. In the happiness index, the United States scores fairly low on a happiness index. The average person in America is not very happy. Okay? And the way they test these things is they do tests. Like, for example, if we ask a number of shoppers, we give them 3 kinds of spaghetti sauce. We have the oregano one, and we have the Mama Zesty one, and whatever. And we give those people 3 spaghetti sauces, and we ask them to taste them and let us know how well you like them. And then we give them 15 spaghetti sauces, of which those 3 are included. The people who are given 15 choices, on the whole, dislike them all more than the people who are given 3 choices. The idea is when we are given a number of things and that number becomes too big, we start thinking about opportunity cost. We start thinking about the thing I'm picking. By picking it, look at all the stuff I'm not going to get. Like if you lived in a small town and there are only 2 people to date in the whole small town, maybe be like, well, 1 or 2. But if you go online and there's thousands of people you could be happy with, the chances that you'll be happy with the one you pick are much more diminished. So what am I saying? I'm saying you should date the first person you see when you leave this room. Okay, keep your eye, go like this and go like this in the senior window, and there you go. Okay. Statistically, you'll be happier than if you choose from a class of 200 or 400. I'm pointing this out here. If you think choice is overwhelming, then don't look at this. But if you want more examples, here are, I've given you this link to a bunch of examples. So like this example, you're not going to write perhaps about religion and science, but maybe you could borrow some techniques. Like this person starts with a really powerful Dev. What's your religion? You know, and you're like, oh my gosh, I would never consider starting my personal statement with a question that I felt like I had been answered. Or this second one is, I actually read you this one on Friday. This was the tallying on the uniform with this timeline. Day 19, flashback, day 7. You know, this person is choosing an interesting way of telling a story. Or this one here, this is another one that's a timeline. But then this also has this really interesting section in here, which is an interwoven dialogue from 2 languages. And on, the 12 one we did, and et cetera, et cetera. So what I've given you is just a bunch of a bunch of personal statements. So if you feel like completely stuck, one way to unstick yourself is to read one and then say, is there anything in here that I think is a good approach? I'm not going to write the same story, but maybe like Picasso said, if there's something to steal, I steal. So that's there. That's step 5, which is strong examples, and you can sort of look at those. And the last thing I want to do is I want to look at 2 examples in need of fixing. So here we go. You can click on this on your own, or I'll blow it up here for you a little bit. Here's a personal statement essay. It is 600 words, and it is a personal statement that is very important to the person. Okay? I need advice. Help me out. You guys got it? It's called, if you're looking on your computer, do so. It's called Words on Words. If you're not looking on your computer, you need to look at the screen because we're going to do this together real quick. Give this person some advice without saying this person's story matters. It totally matters. You can still talk about the way a story is told without destroying the person, okay? Ever since I was 19 months old, I could share my thought to people through talking. Like this one time I was with my grandma and my mom at a nail salon a couple months before I turned 2, and while my grandma was paying and my mom was grabbing the car, I began to talk to the man who was waiting for his wife right next to me. Can we give this person some advice? It's wordy, so maybe break your sentences down. Super run on. And are we trying? Is it sometimes okay to write a run on sentence? Absolutely, if you're lost in the moment, right? But we're just trying to establish situation here, right? Obviously, I don't remember the stranger I met inside the salon, but I have a good feeling he remembers me. Thinking back, he can probably still remember my mom's name, my dad's name, what my favorite color is, and how my grandma makes the best homemade lemonade. Because me being a newbie to English, I told him all those things at once. My mom came into the salon and apologized, probably thinking I was annoying or bothering the man, but he replied with telling my mom how funny and enjoyable of a conversation was. Every time my mom and grandma would both tell me this story, I couldn't help but smile, because I know that that is who I am and how I still communicate now. That memory made me realize the importance of communication and the places it can take you. We're not going to read the whole thing. Is there an important theme in here? Absolutely. That talking to other people and communicating is essential. Is that a value? Absolutely. Is this story alive? I'm not sure it is. Are there moments here? What should we bring up? If you had to ask this person to elevate something, what's something they could elevate? Could they elevate the stranger? I don't remember the stranger. Guess what? It's your story. In your story, are you allowed to provide details that make your story alive? Absolutely. Could you remember something about this stranger, the way he or she looked or smelled, or this sun beating on the back of your neck while this stranger was there, or this slight feeling of fear because you were confronting somebody outside of a nail salon? What about the best homemade lemonade? That's really cool, but if that detail is kind of lost. So dig into the story, dig into details, make it alive. I will never think your story doesn't have value, but there are ways to write it with dialogue, with metaphor, with sound devices, with word choice, with sentence structure. Right now, you have in theory, if you did what I asked, you have a draft. But I want your draft to be better. And I'm giving you 7 whole days to achieve that because I want it to be better. Let's do another essay. I get a lot of these. Here we go. This one's called no title. Is there anything you can improve? Yeah. Obstacles can come in many forms such as physical, mental, or emotional. Can you argue with that? Can't argue with that. Except for it's really generic. Overcoming a physical obstacle challenges both mental and emotional mindset. The biggest obstacle I have overcome in my life came last year. Hockey was always been my biggest motivating factor in my life. In the blink of an eye, it was taken away from me. My entire life was turned upside down, and I was close to an out of control tailspin spiral and possible crashing my life. As possible like crashing my life. But as I read this today, I'm proud to say I've hit rock bottom, and from the overcoming of my personal obstacles, I am now currently climbing my way to the top of the mountain. While starting my first varsity hockey game as a junior in high school, I felt unusual pain in my shoulder. Hockey is a violent sport. Do you think this moment was important for this person? Absolutely. Can you tell me anything about the injury this person sustained, other than it was in the shoulder? Can you tell me anything about the pain? Can you tell me anything about hitting rock? What does rock bottom look like? You have to be willing to give those details. Overcoming. How does this person overcome? Do we have any sense of that? Do you think maybe in the story later it'll tell me how we overcame this? So I think what happens is a lot of students are afraid of putting in the details, but please do so. And I don't want to spend time on these, but I do think that these are representative of the kind of essays that students tend to turn in, where we talk about, like, I decided to push myself to the next level. How many papers can that apply to? All of them, you know? I learned a lesson about trust. Who, you know? So just try to put details in, okay? And try to maybe ultimately, I think the value of trusting yourself is amazing. Overcoming obstacles is amazing. But ultimately, you've got to tell a story about these things. I'm not looking for an essay. I'm looking for a story. So here's what you guys are going to do today. Now that we've got all that under our belt, you got the rest of the period today. So you got about 35 minutes to work on your personal essay. Consider the assignment, look at the models, go through the workshop, apply the rubric, and have this thing ready to go for next time. The best thing I can do is give you guys the gift of time. I am going to walk around the room just really quickly, and I just want you to see what you're working on. I won't read it. I just want to see what you're working on to see that you've at least tried something, okay? Does anybody have questions? You just call me over, and I'll be one-on-one with you. If you want to work with somebody today and you want to kind of quietly go through the sheet together, you certainly can do that, okay? All right, off we go. Here we go. I'm just going to walk around and just have it open for me, okay?
Thank you so much. You want to scroll down and show up like funny?
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I want you guys to consider absolutely reworking your papers. Actually, that's it, huh? That was the draft. Thanks so much for coming.
I was writing one.
Yeah, okay. Okay, can you scroll down? Oh yeah, you showed me that before. Thank you.
Yeah, I added a little bit more, I was gonna say, I have that stuff, and it's easier for me to draw myself out. Like, that's what I kind of wanted for today, and then I was like, because there's the draft, I was like, I'll probably give us another week to work on it. So it's kind of like we're not like polishing, like, I don't know, just like trying to figure out where to take the story from here. Because I don't, since there was like the concussion and everything was just such a blur, it's like I don't know exactly where to go with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, you might want to think about, like, where do you want to end? You know, where's the story going to end? So you have the start of the story. Shh, guys, keep it quiet. So you have the story beginning, right?
Yeah. And like, after that, I was like, this is kind of meh, so I need to go.
Well, where's the story start? Like, where's the start of it?
2 years ago.
Yeah, well, where is it in this? I think maybe you could.
Yeah.
Sure. Maybe you can talk about the moment.
I said, I came, like you said, prior to my injury, and sophomore year.
Where were you? Where was the practice? What was the crowd? Was there a lot of people there? Was it crowded? Was it confusing? Was there music going on?
No, I was gonna
Huh? You know, what is something like, what's it generally like though? Like, you know, what are some details about it that make you feel, you know? What was your position? Were you holding, were you being thrown out, like, you know? So
Okay.
make it alive, make that moment, you know, it says, I landed, I was landed on, like, so were you on the bottom? Like,
Yeah.
you know, so like,
It's just so like complicated to explain.
and but that's your job, is to tell the story, like,
Yeah.
make it, what you have to say is, what makes it, there's another kid in America who can write that.
Yeah,
What kid could not write exactly what you were writing about, what you thought, what you felt, where exactly, you know?
Honestly,
What was the first thing you
the
remember?
whole entire injury part was so boring. It was like nothing happened. It was just like.
Well, then why are you writing it?
Well, the actual like event and me getting the concussion, like nothing really happened. Like I got hit and then I kept practicing
Okay.
and then during like there's like during access I was like I can't like it. I called my mom and she like came in with all her medical papers.
And I saw that in the first section there too.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, so don't make that alive, so make the parts that are alive, about your mom coming in, or you doing X or Y. When have you been active in this process, you know, make yourself come alive.
Okay.
Because if you're picking the story
Yeah.
it's showing, this is me, not this is what happened to me, but this is who I am, you
Yeah,
know?
because I was like the actual part of me getting the concussion isn't that.
So then maybe that's how you emphasize that, maybe you say like, ironically, the concussion isn't the big deal. The actual, you know, it's the forgettable part, but, you know, so you actually acknowledge that in your writing by stating that, because if you're stating it, I'm not like saying, oh, this is dull in general,
Yeah.
but you could say, because, you could even say,
Everything is-
my memories of this of the actual event are dull.
Yeah.
You know, and then move beyond that, so don't get focused on the
Okay,
purpose, okay?
okay. So it's like I literally like past 2 years of my life needed just boring.
Well-
At least like the
But
past
then,
year.
elevate the part that's not, elevate,
Yeah.
so elevate when it's shared, when it's a choice, right?
Yeah.
When you, and then lean into those moments, what's becoming more active there, I think active would be what you wanna find.
Yeah, yeah.
Consider using dialogue, guys, consider using short sentence structures, when you're gonna have a long paragraph, when you're gonna have a short paragraph. But best thing I can do is get out of your way, you come to me, you need some advice. Yes, sir.
So if you're using like onomatopoeias, I guess.
Like the sound words?
Yeah, you put those in like quotations.
You can, or you can just put them there, like if we say like the ticking of the clock, that's onomatopoeia, but it's just in the sentence, you know? But sometimes if you're really trying to push the sound, like that, you know, kind of just a little bit depends on if you're trying to blend it kind of subtly, or if you're trying to make it really pop out, you know? You can even do it like in all caps, like a comic, like pop, you know, my elbow, you know, or whatever, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So depends how much you're trying to make it noisy.
Okay, yeah, all right, thank you.
I know. I would actually.
This way.
Like.
Yeah, so like, so maybe this is a section inside it, so you're gonna do flashback to this moment, flashback to this moment, realize it, you know, or whatever, or, you know. Yeah, and then come back out of those flashbacks, right?
And then I was thinking I could go into talking about like over recovery stuff.
Now,
Therapy.
yeah, so now, and then we'll come back to this.
How it's, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of frames it, so then you have the recovery on both ends, and, yeah, that may be a good approach.
Okay. And then
So how many flashbacks? The moment you got it, the moment you realized it, and then,
and
or maybe
probably,
that's enough.
yeah, honestly, that might be enough to just like talk about like that night, and like flashback to like when I found out about like a second like flashback like talking about when I found out like how like just all the like cognitive problems and like just like the,
Just that moment,
all
the
this
moment of
stuff
realization. Sure.
difficult, but I don't know.
No.
This sentence right there, I don't know, if that's like good or not.
Well, I think what you're doing right now is you're trying to edit as you go, so let's just get something down and then decide later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of times students are so busy trying to make it perfect as they go, that they already go. So it's
So
always just
instead
write
it's
it, just write it and then go back and see.
vomit.
Yeah, well, not word vomit, but I mean, certainly, I do think the idea of like, polishing something that's been crafted is easier than polishing as you craft it. You know?
Yeah.
So I think you should just, don't let that stop you from doing what from your, momentum you have.
Yeah, and then I wasn't sure if that means making it it's like in movies when they do, they always do like
You can do whatever you want.
that thing. Or should I just leave that?
Because you're breaking language rules right there. So if you break it out.
Okay.
I probably would have been
Yeah,
I
I
would
was like,
probably.
I think it was fine. So then I would just do this and then like explain it and then do, after that, do another flashback and then put the other date, whatever.
I think so. I think that looks good, and then once it's there, then you can guide it, but yeah, I think it looks like a good approach.
Okay.
Because as long as you don't stay with that, like, you can come back out of that into some.
Into some type of-
Yeah.
So is that one
Yeah, literally the one you picked, yeah, and even number it, like this was that
Okay.
before. Yep, nice.
I'm still.
Absolutely,
Feel like a pass.
not at all, just go the way the arrows. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh, yes. Hey, do you want to share this with me real quick? Then I can just pull it up. The top. Here we go. Okay, that's fabulous. What thing, what am I? Okay. Sure. I think so. I think what I'm seeing here is we have, this experience with, watching the light from, the summer experience of, using the family computer. You know, another room, a Christmas, you know, maybe, got a lot of, so this is more like a montage story, like, you know, what I'm saying, you have like this, yeah, so what I see here is you have, you have essentially one, two, each paragraph is kind of its own little, yeah, it's a little snippet, like a strip, like a film, boom, 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 right? And so, and that's fine, because some stories are, they're one moment, which is something, right? Like yours is not a moment, yours is a series of moments, right? Exactly, so like, so what is a way to frame, what is a way to kind of frame those moments in kind of a more intriguing way? So like, can you consider doing like, is there a way that you could do it? See how this one does like day 19, and then very, very vivid details, right? Day 7, day 2, whatever. So is there a way that we could use that? Because it seems to me like it's kind of a timeline. This happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, right? So, what is it? Maybe, so could we maybe say like, instead of saying maybe just when I was really young, could we maybe just start with like, just say like, when? Like start with it. This is the key, right? I watched my brother play Minecraft, you know. So let me just do this real quick. Like something like where was this that you watched the video? Was it in the basement? Was it in the bedroom? Was it in the living room? Was it in the living room? Side of the living room. Big hallways and windows and dogs. There were colors like carpet on the floor. Like you know, does that make sense? And so, like, where were you? Were you sitting right next to him? Were you peering over his shoulder? So like you have this very vivid, you have this, you don't have to remember it well, but you have to, it doesn't matter that you don't remember it well, what you have to do is put it in detail, that it shows that moment, right? So like, I think what you do is, you talk about like, your interest started, you know, so here we have the interest. So, I think you find those precise moments that are inside, you know, the very precise inside each of these, like, like visiting. I know, maybe, like, I think you can break this up, so maybe say something like, I'm not ready for you, you can say something like, just, you know, this is, you would not use this because I'm not you, but you would say something like, just how much older is your brother? How much, so he's 22 years old. So, you know, see those good details. Let's see. Because I think it's very, I like the idea of marching through like the journey, the growth of the interest, right? I think that makes a ton of sense because I think some of this is like great, like building the components, understanding the components, you know, that stuff is great. You know, I think it's just very natural progression. Yeah. So to me, well, are you like here? You're watching him, right? You're like somebody else is the doer. You're the watcher. They're the one with it. They're the one that's and then where's the shift? Like if we could turn everything once, which is the one that turned everything on? You know, if we had to pick one, because here you're watching, you're wanting, you're playing, you're introducing. There's nothing. In my opinion, you're not doing, right? You're excited. Which is weird. This one. You don't say, you just pick one, right? Just Christmas one, you know, Christmas night, 2014, right? So in my opinion, if up here you're the watcher, and I think you're okay to be passive here. You're watching your brother, and you're wondering about the computer, and the understanding of it is out there, it's distant, you know? And then you're losing your memory, and you're playing games, and but you're still like, it's this thing out there, right? But then this Christmas, I think you have to make this moment a pivotal moment, because it's the moment where now the thing that somebody else is that was doing that I didn't know became mine, right? I now am able to, does that make sense? Like, I think, because right now they're all the same. Each memory is a similar memory on a train. It's okay to have the series, but I think one of them has to be that turning point, you know? If you think of like a traditional story structure, the stories we use in the teaching English class, you know, everything's going along until something changes everything. And then we have a rise in the middle, you know, does that make sense? So if you have to say, when was it flat for me? When I was watching, and when I was just playing, and when I was wondering, right? And then what happened? What happened to change everything, you know, at Christmas? And it became mine. And then what did I do? I took ownership of it. I learned the stuff, I learned to find out whatever. And then what's the height of this thing? Is it down here somewhere? Is it the first project together, or is it your dad giving you control? Yeah.
I saw you there.
Yeah.
What was the only time you've ever?
Right here, this one. Yeah, so that's this moment, okay, this is Windows 10.
I know.
And so you see how here I'm passive, and here I gain, and then here I show, I give you, this is your superpower.
Really?
You know, and so what you have to do, in my opinion, is you have to make these moments feel like the beginning part of the story, feel like some change of everything, and then growing. And this was the big day where I finally realized how different it was. And now we're. So I think if you could overlay a little bit, decide which story is the turning point story, and then what is the quality of the things before the turning point. It's probably like, in my opinion, and I'm just using your word that you say here, I'm watching things, you know, I'm, you know, and I think you can downplay this a little bit, like I still wasn't doing that, right? But then, so that's, all I would try to do is try to make these distinct, because right now, they're all kind of very much, they're kind of slow and steady progression, right? But I think you want to tell a story, you need to have some. So I think you punch up this moment of the Christmas, you received it, and now the next. It wasn't just like that, you with that mind, and now you control it. And then you punch up this one, because now I'm going to show, or whatever it is, like 10 minutes for those 10 minutes, you know? I have the responsibility, I have everything myself, you know? Does that make sense? But, so if this is the key paragraph, if this is the climax, right? I don't think you say, my dad received a technician. Well, I mean, not only, this is you, right? Or bury that, yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, this, everything, like, to me, if this is the key, then you don't want to start that really good paragraph with, like, you know what I'm saying? I think you want to focus, this is a sub, underneath something. Responsibility, myself, you know, great time, you know? Does that make sense? So I think we just punch up the you, you know? I don't know, there's some advice. Does that make sense? I think what this needs is a structure, you know, it's a story structure, where you kind of punch up the moment where everything changes, and the moment where you just get it. Because that's what you're celebrating, right? You're celebrating. Right, but this would be a disruption, right? And because it's a story. This is the reason we teach this in English classes. This is the story we like. It's humans. We like to be told things are happening. Things change. That's improvement. We have a moment. We like that story. And so, absolutely, because now you're just walking in. Yeah, absolutely. No, this is great. That's why I'm glad we have something today. Is now we have some time to put that on top of this. But and also you're not trying to reinvent the wheel, because we're used to this service, you know. Yeah. You might realize that humans, like every movie is you know what I'm saying is. So I think it gives you freedom within that structure, which is what it is. All right. I'm sure it's good. I mean, you have some great details. Now I think maybe just tweak it. Now you have maybe a way to do that. All right.
So,
Thank you, sir.
what percent of the government?
You guys, please check in and out if you're in the room. If you're at home, you need to check out. 1 week from today or whenever it was, I need you guys to hand me a paper copy of this if you need help. I'm already meeting with 3 different students online today. I'm happy to Zoom with you any afternoon or work together. And ultimately, let me know what you need, but just keep plugging away. Check out, though, if you're in the building for sure. And if you're in line, at home, you have to check out, or else I mark you absent, and that destroys you. Okay. Anybody in here, this is your last period of the day? Huh? That's nice. See? You'll be able to enjoy the beautiful sunshine. The leaves soon to turn.
Today.
Hey,
I
these people in class today, they just emailed me and said, what time do you want to meet? Then we can move time. No worries. Thank you. No worries.
Also, okay, because I forgot my ID card this morning. I like studying pretty much. I think of this and it's not sticking.
There you go. Yeah, wrap that over there. You can put that across and then put it on there. It'll be fine. See, we always have solutions. No, it's the perfect thing. No, it's perfect.
No, it's gonna do one on top. Right? That
Right,
makes sense.
right.
For some reason.
All right. All right. Bye, everybody at home. Let me know if you need anything, okay?